Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Do evento que mudará para sempre a história da saúde na América Latina. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Good morning, everyone. We are starting the 3rd day of our FIS Initiative KISS event with a very special panel later on, made up of only women. And don't forget to use our hashtag KISS21 to comment and post our event. And we have something new today. Yes, today our website is already on and you can feel free to visit and exchange ideas there. And in our 3D section, if you wish, you can relax and have a coffee in between panels. So for our first panel of our day, we are going to talk about reinforcement learning and humanization, led by Leandro Matos, a scientist, professor at Singularity, co-founder and CEO of Cogniscience. And with him, we have Marconi Santiago, a physician, surgeon, researcher at USP, Richard Medeiros from Pixion, and Orit Wimpheimer from Zebra Medical Vision. So beginning with artificial intelligence, reinforcement learning, and health humanization, we will begin. And don't forget to follow us on Instagram and YouTube. Let us begin our panel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good day. Very happy to meet you today on this 3rd day of the KISS Summit 2021. I would like to welcome our guests. Good morning, Marconi. Good morning, Orit. And good morning, Richardland. Thank you for your participation, which honors our panel. And good morning to our participants who are watching, investing in learning, and seeking the greatest novelties in health. And congratulations to the FIS initiative also. To begin our very disruptive panel, I would like to invite Orit Wimpheimer to introduce herself and to make a brief presentation about her expertise and in AI reinforcement learning and on how we are working and looking towards the future in healthcare. Orit, you have the floor and welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. It's an honor and pleasure to be here with you in Brazil. I think it's the first time I'm speaking in Brazil, so it's particularly exciting for me. I am a radiologist. I've been a radiologist trained in the United States over 20 years ago. I opened my own teleradiology company and I still work at it. But I became Chief Medical Officer and Head of Product Strategy at Zebra Medical Vision because I wanted to really invest myself in the new frontier of medical imaging, which is artificial intelligence, and help direct the path of how artificial intelligence is really going to benefit patients and healthcare in general. And so I'm here at Zebra trying to do just that. I prepared slides. If you're able to put up the slides for me, then I can just go ahead and get started. So I'd like to just spend the next 10 minutes talking about how artificial intelligence could really impact population health, where we stand now and where we hope the future will bring us. Go ahead, the next slide. Next slide. Great. Population health is a huge problem around the world. We saw now in the COVID pandemic how pervasive certain diseases can be and very quickly spread throughout the world. But ultimately, healthcare expenditure really is largely on not the acute conditions, but on the chronic conditions. Over $3.5 trillion was spent in the United States just on chronic conditions, and the Brazil statistics are the same as throughout the world. Around half adults over 18 have at least one chronic condition that they contend with regularly, and by 2030, it's estimated that about a large percentage of the adult population will have a huge number of chronic conditions. And how do we deal with chronic conditions? The idea is to detect them early. If we detect them early and treat them, we may not get to that later stage. Chronic conditions can cause much more damage for the patient and for the population at large by increasing needs of the community, hospital requirements, financial investment. And so if we find these conditions early and treat them, we're doing benefits for both patients and the healthcare system at large. Next. Next slide. Okay. So our mission at Zebra Medical Vision is to really create artificial intelligence products that identify chronic diseases at an early phase. And we want to promote treatment of those diseases to improve the morbidity, the mortality, and the financial burden associated with those conditions. So we want to create a system where that kind of screening becomes global standard of care. I mean, nowadays we talk about mammography as screening for breast cancer, and that's such an obvious thing to us. But there was a lot of effort being made to create mammography many, many years ago as a population screening tool. And our goal at Zebra is to create AI imaging ultimately as a global standard of care for screening of chronic conditions. Go ahead, the next slide. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to evaluate all the data that's available on CT scans that are done for many, many reasons, whether it's pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, acute appendicitis. It doesn't matter why the patient had imaging, but there's a lot of data available on those images that ends up getting underutilized. Radiologists report the results, but not all radiologists report results at an equal standard. A lot of the chronic conditions present on those CT scans get ignored because that's not the primary reason the patient came to the hospital or got their CT scan. And so if we're able to pull out that information from those CT scans and make it accessible and put patients on a correct health pathway for those chronic conditions, we'll be able to decrease the effects of those chronic conditions, mitigate the difficulties for the patient and for the healthcare system by finding these conditions at a much earlier stage. There's a lot of data available out there. It's just not used well, and artificial intelligence is particularly poised at this stage to find that data and present the information to the radiologists and ultimately to the clinicians taking care of the patients. The patient is directed to the right clinical pathway and get the best care that they can. Next slide, please.
Orit, could you please slow down a little bit? Thank you.
Right. I'm going to give two examples of chronic conditions that here at Zebra Medical Vision we've started to tackle and have products that are able to identify them on the CT scans and then get the patients the correct treatment that they need. Osteoporosis, which is low bone mineral density on the bones, is known to be the silent disease. And the reason for that is that there are many, many patients walking around with low bone mineral density, and we don't know that they exist unless we're actively looking for them, or they fall and they hurt themselves, and they get fractures very, very easily. Once they have those fractures, they require medical attention. At first, they could be more minor fractures, but as the disease progresses, the big fractures that people try to prevent are the dreaded hip fractures, because hip fractures ultimately cause a lot of morbidity. 25% of patients with hip fractures end up dying within the first year. The numbers of hip fractures across the world is dramatically rising. Baby boomers with a large cohort of patients reaching the ages where osteoporosis is very prevalent. And so if we identify osteoporosis at early stage and treat these disease, which is ultimately silent initially, then we can prevent those dreaded fractures that ultimately decrease patient satisfaction, patients' quality of life, and they're very, very costly to the medical system as well. Next slide, please. We want to change the paradigm where there are asymptomatic fractures present on the CT scans are unreported, undiagnosed, and patients don't get treated, to a paradigm where artificial intelligence will identify those fractures on the CT scans, alert the radiologist to those findings, get those findings put in the reports on a very consistent basis, and that information will be sent to the clinicians with a recommendation of how to treat this patient, or at least to get this patient seen by the correct clinical consultants. So if we identify the minor fractures, then ultimately we can treat the patients and prevent the major fractures. And that's our goal at Zebra. Next slide. The science behind our initiative is that patients with osteoporosis and low bone mineral density ultimately have minor fractures that go undetected because they're asymptomatic. And those often also get unreported on the radiology reports for the CT scans. However, those typically are presenting approximately 10 years prior to the major osteoporotic fractures, such as the hip fractures. So if we identify these minor fractures, these compression fracture deformities on the thoracic and the lumbar spine, and we highlight those, present them to the clinician, these patients are at very, very high risk for the hip fracture. And nowadays, there is treatment that can be given for these patients, in addition to behavioral changes such as risk prevention, fall prevention, and patient understanding of their environment. We can provide osteoporosis medication that has proven to decrease the speed with which a patient continues to progress with their osteoporosis. And ultimately, if we provide those medications to these patients, there is a significant percentage of hip fractures that can be avoided. And for your old grandmother or old mom, and if you can prevent that hip fracture and improve their quality of life, that's real patient care. And ultimately, at the end, it's also financially very worthwhile for institutions to try to prevent those types of more devastating fractures, and also the costs associated with taking care of these patients even once they leave the hospital, because many of them require assisted living for the rest of their lives. Next slide. This is an example of RUI from an example of PACS, where if the patient has a vertebral body compression fracture, the zebra icon gets opened in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, and you can enlarge the box. And so the vertebral body compression fracture gets highlighted by a yellow bounding box to show the radiologist where Zebra found the finding. And then you can press a thumbs up or a thumbs down to show that you agree. The radiologist remains and will always remain in control of the information. If they agree with the artificial intelligence finding, then they could agree and the results can be put into the report. And that report is adjustable based on what that particular institution would prefer. There are some institutions that automatically assign to that a recommendation, and that should be institution-led. If the recommendation for that would be go to get a DEXA scan and consider osteoporosis treatment, that would be my recommendation, because ultimately we don't want this data lost, not on the CT scan by radiologists ignoring it, but also not in the report, because finding the artificial intelligence findings and having it lost in the report is also not beneficial. We want to make sure that this patient gets the treatment that they deserve. And so getting the finding onto the report is step one, but then the next step would be to make sure that this patient gets seen by a clinician and gets on the right clinical treatment pathway so we can actually make a dent in this global disease. Next slide. The other direction that we're headed is in cardiovascular disease, which is also extremely prevalent throughout the world. But most people walk around at the younger ages with cardiovascular disease that they don't know that they have. And the first indication they have is that heart attack. And that's how they know that they have cardiovascular disease. But at that point, it's often too late. And what if we can identify the coronary artery calcium within the CTs that are done anyways on the heart, images of the heart, and identify the calcium, risk stratify the patients, and identify patients who are at very high risk for having a heart attack in the next 5 years. If we can find these patients that are walking around among us and that are asymptomatic and treat them when they are asymptomatic, we can then go ahead and delay the progression of their cardiovascular disease or even prevent their progression of their cardiovascular disease, ultimately improving patient care and also decreasing the cost to the health system for the future cardiovascular events that they will ultimately have in any case. A lot of money is spent on cardiovascular disease. It's extremely pervasive, but we have the ability of treating this type of disease. We just need to find the right patients. Next slide. So what we did is we created an algorithm that it can run on any CT scan that does not have contrast that includes the heart, whether it's a chest CT or a PET CT, anything that includes the heart. And we identify all the coronary artery calcium within that heart, highlight it in yellow, and measure it. And we have a measurement tool that allows us to risk stratify the patient into 3 risk categories. Go ahead, next slide. The risk categories are based on a lot of literature out there that's readily available, literature that was performed on cardiac gated studies, but we were able to transfer that knowledge onto non-gated studies. And if somebody has a calcium burden between 100 and 399, that patient is at moderate risk for a heart attack in the next 5 years. Patients who have greater than that, greater than 400 Agatston equivalent units of calcium burden, those patients are at very, very high risk for a cardiovascular event in the next 5 years. And so this patient got a CT scan for whatever reason. As long as it does not have contrast in it, we can provide that risk stratification. That information gets the report, ideally with a recommendation to see a cardiac consultant and potentially get treatment. Nowadays, it's all for patients to be on cholesterol modifying agents, even when they have moderate cardiovascular risk. You can do further evaluation with a stress test, or if there's a lot of calcium, patients should go ahead and get their coronary either Cs or their angiograms for angioplasty and stenting. And then we can find these patients and treat them before they go ahead and have their heart attacks and hopefully impact patient care. And then ultimately also improve the financial costs associated with this disease. We just got CE approval actually yesterday, so that's actually exciting for us. It says here pending, the FDA is pending, and we hope to get that in about a month or so. Next slide. Ultimately, my point is really to just stress the need for population health initiatives to improve patient care throughout the world, with chronic conditions being the leading cause of both morbidity, mortality, and financial costs to the system. And artificial intelligence is particularly well positioned in order to make an impact in that sphere.
All right, thank you very much for your great presentation filled with information. And now let's meet Marconi. Marconi, you also have a presentation, a general explanation. We will talk with you shortly about what are your ideas. Marconi, you can take the floor. Welcome. Marconi, I guess you are muted. I think you're muted, Marconi. No. Marconi, what we can do while you get yourself all set, we can ask Richardland to make his presentation. Richardland? Good morning. Good morning, Richardland. Pixian. Hello, good morning. It's great to be here this morning with you all. My name is Richard Medeiros. I am Chief Technology Officer at Pixian, CTO, and I am the head of the technology department responsible for the AI and analytics adoption process within Pixian that is used in all solutions. So within our company, we have developed multidisciplinary projects using AI because AI is a greatly debated topic in-house, and we have a PACS solution. It's the largest PACS in LA. And we have different apps for AI and image segmentation, classification, identification. With progressive use of AI, we have been very successful and we have a lot of good things coming our way. So we have used this for vertebrae segmentation, classification, and naming. Vertebrae, we have apps for ID in X-ray images for the lung, focused on findings and the screening of patients with a variant or a morphological characteristic. We also have used this to identify brain disorders with MRI imaging and use and application of AI in imaging. We also have analytics and tabular-based detection images with great potential in the health sector with the discovery of standards and insights for AI. And we also have our conversation platform, Aluya. Aluya is our conversation platform to automate processes that are back-off processes, clinical processes with different tasks, clinics, labs, and diagnostics. Pixian has heavily invested in the use of AI, and we search out in the market and we look for professionals with expertise and knowledge. I am an AI researcher, and I say that I do this before AI was not a buzzword. I am an 14 years now, and I specialize on natural language processing and image areas. I love innovation. Our thought here within Pixian really focuses on what AI and technology can give me today, how it can contribute to my life, users' life, lives of everybody involved, and what can we think could be our next steps. So we're really going through a very exciting stage, and we witness a market transformation, basically a transformation on everyone, and what's the understanding of tech resources and how technology can really transform and improve your life. Great, Richard Land. Fantastic presentation. Thank you for your comments and words. I'll be back with you in a minute. Marconi, are we all set? No, I think there's something going on with Marconi. But we can go on while we try to see what happens with Marconi. We can start with a Q&A, and as soon as Marconi is ready, he can take the floor and make his presentation. So we can receive questions from the audience. Please feel free to send questions for our guests. And Arit, this is the first question for you. Your presentation was great. Your company's site is fantastic. I checked it out and I paid attention. So congratulations for your fantastic work. Your company is really doing great things. Amazing. So as far as everything that you're doing in the company, of course, we have to talk about the pandemic. I mean, and one of the great challenges for medical doctors is decide which COVID-19 suspect patients will be hospitalized, must be hospitalized. And you have a solution that is really very interesting that focuses on this topic. So, Arit, can you give us an example on how AI can support medical staff in this assessment?
Absolutely. Initially in the pandemic, we wanted to find a way to help hospitals risk stratify patients to identify which patients will most likely need the mechanical ventilation, the ICU setting, especially since resources were limited. And everyone was very fearful as to how they're going to manage. And certainly in many countries throughout the world, that's still the case. Luckily, here in Israel, we're under control with vaccinations, but I understand it's very difficult in Brazil right now, as it is in India and other places. We created a COVID algorithm that is able to segment out the areas in the lung that have abnormality on the COVID positive patients, and then give a percentage of the lung burden that's involved. So the doctor has a quick number, a quick metric that allows them to understand how much of the lung is involved with infection, to be able to help use that as one data point, in addition to the clinical factors such as oxygenation levels and patients' risk factors, to combine that all those data points together and try to understand which path this patient will likely take and how best they can be cared for.
Great, Orit, fantastic, yes. Congratulate your team for your fantastic work. Richard, we need you to explain further for our public, for our audience here, what in fact, and not really in technical terminology, but what is the relationship of the concept reinforcement with AI? Great, yes, let me see. Let me just summarize this for you. AI is the following. It is when you give a software the capacity to learn, and with this learning process, this software makes decision and takes action. There are three main ways in which a software can learn. Supervised learning, when us humans explicitly provide a group of examples, and through reading, analyzing these examples with a set of criteria, the software learns and generalizes. There is an unsupervised learning when it's based on a number of standards, characteristics, or statistics. And there is a reinforcement learning. Well, what is reinforcement learning? The learning process is done through an agent in a dynamic environment, and this agent in this dynamic environment learns through trial and error according to a set of standards. So if you get it right, you receive a reward, and if you get it wrong, you don't. So it is a dynamic environment that promotes learning through trial and error. And it, in general terms, these are the three ways you can learn in AI. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. Great explanation. Well, there's so much technology coming our way. There's so much technology coming our way. And some get scared on tech progress in the health sector. Arit, and you, Richard, AI will replace medical doctors? AI will replace human beings, or will human beings join efforts with AI and provide the best solution for current demands?
I'm a radiologist, and I can tell you that AI will not replace radiologists. AI is here to assist radiologists become better doctors, make their workflow faster and easier, help identify things that they sometimes overlook, help them measure things, help them make connections between things. But the doctors will always have that ultimate control and be able to use AI to the best of their abilities. I think that artificial intelligence took the wrong path early on in imaging, scaring away many users because of that kind of concept of AI taking over. But that's just not going to happen. Ultimately, AI gets trained on data that radiologists tag and then present the data to the machine learning capabilities, and we learn from that. So if the information going into the products, into the algorithm, is not fed by radiologists and not improved upon regularly, ultimately AI products deteriorate with time. And so ultimately radiologists are very, very much needed, and AI will not replace radiologists. There is no need to fear that, but AI will definitely improve radiologists. And what we like to say here at Zebra is radiologists who use AI will ultimately replace radiologists who do not use AI, but AI will not replace radiologists.
Well, I'm convinced that there won't be any replacement at all by healthcare professionals. And I truly believe that in most markets in which AI is used, there won't be replacement at all. There is an adoption process that evolves along the way. Today, when we see the different uses for AI, we are surprised by the quality and the potential and the correct answer rates with AI. So there is great evolution potential for techniques, and AI is great to solve specific problems. When we talk about generalized issues or problems, when we talk about general problems, AI doesn't really have the best approach to infer amongst different problems. Can't create rationale outside of what the model was built to provide. So there will always be a human component working together with AI. And AI will always leverage human capacity to solve problems, both in scale and in quantity. So research has shown that lung, breast, heart, brain findings, and many other applications are great with AI. And the human body has many organs, different tissues. There are a lot of modalities, MRIs, CAT scans, X-rays. So when we talk about a group of models that are able to find disorders, anomalies, infer pathologies in tissues and body parts for all of these modalities with images, for instance, we're talking here about a timeline for the future. Today, we have special applications, and through these special applications, there is a evolution process. I truly believe that the human component will never be replaced. Rather, it will be broadened and deepened with AI. Great news. Thank you. Great news for any healthcare provider, medical doctors. AI and medicine is working together, and this is great to take the next steps in the future. Another question from the audience for both of you, for Arit and Richardland. What is the technical support AI can contribute with to humanize customer service in health in general, in hospitals, labs, clinics? How can AI make this care more human? Arit, would you like to take it first?
Sure. Zebra specializes in AI in imaging, but really, if you look at AI on a broader scale, AI can improve the patient experience from initial ordering of exams and scheduling of things, and coming to the hospital or to the clinic to get their imaging or whatever other tests that they need. If you have AI in the system, everything can be done more efficiently because there's more anticipation of what's going to come next and where the bottlenecks and the problems are in patient input. AI can improve imaging evaluation, as we've already discussed, but similar concepts are available in pathology as well, and other parts of medicine where they use AI to assist radiologists, surgeons, pathologists to improve their patient care by having that additional assist tool alongside with them. AI could also improve patient care on the other end and making sure that there's good communication between the radiologist findings, the clinician's evaluation to patients' understanding of their diseases, and ultimately getting the right care. There's also AI in pharmacies now being implemented, where the pharmaceutical world is getting involved by improving their throughput and their ability of getting the right medicines to the right patients with the right doses. So AI is actually really, really broad concept, and in each specific field in medical care, those particular physicians involved or administrators involved are trying to see how best to harness the use of AI to improve patient care in that one sliver of the patient care as a whole. Ultimately, in Zebra, we decided to focus on the broad sense, population healthcare, to try to really impact the most people in the fastest possible way, and focusing on chronic conditions that are so prevalent throughout the world, and trying to treat those patients early is the direction we want to take here at Zebra. But there are hundreds of AI companies out there right now, each finding their way of how to harness this new technology to improve patient care throughout the world.
Thank you, Arit. Richardland, what's your take? I agree with Arit. I believe that apart from the use of AI in imaging, there is a number of possibilities within Pixin. We have Alumnia. Alumnia is an intelligent agent that works with the idea of automating processes. So through Alumnia, you can book tests, visits, vaccines, procedures. You can book everything you need, or you can register yourself or see your test results, talk with your physician. You can access all the requested doubts or any process that is automated. And I believe that when we talk about human touch, there is a confusion because some computer-assisted communication is as good as human communication. Sometimes there is a noise when you talk with a person, with two persons. There is always a noise in a communication process. I don't believe that computer-assisted persons or robots have a perfection model that they should be exactly the same as humans. But the pillar of humanization is to speed up the process and the quick access that these mechanisms can provide. Alumnia at Pixin, we increased the number of people that can be seen by doctors, book their tests in clinics. We could speed up the speed to book your orders, visits, and lower costs. So when we transform processes, when you can cut costs through automation, and automation is objective and focused, you can provide wider access to a broader public and see that this is the main pillar of AI. Increase access of those that are currently unserved. So AI has great potential in this sense. And I believe that AI will be used in different health-related areas. great, richer land. There's so many new things coming our way. You provide services that a couple of years ago were impossible to think about. But these services are not accessible for everyone in global terms. So how much longer do you think we will take to make your line of work more democratic for maybe more vulnerable communities? How long will it take to get there, Arit? What do you think?
I think it really depends on the speed with which AI is adopted throughout the world. I think that's the limiting factor right now. One of the nice things about our AI products is that they're very democratic. Anyone who gets a CT scan can get evaluated and identified and then treated. But there's a lot of hesitancy in the medical community to adopt AI. Not everyone sees the financial benefit because you really need to see the broader scope, understand the benefit more globally within a health institutions. It's not like radiologists, who typically are the users of AI, ultimately gain the value. And so radiologists don't want to invest financial cost. They don't want to spend the money on AI because they're not the immediate beneficiaries. And so there's that tug of war between the ones who are using it and the ones who will get value from it. And we need to understand that financial model and who is ultimately benefiting from it and should be paying for AI. And once we kind of crack that dilemma and get radiologists to use it and not be hesitant, but get the executives who are seeing the benefits, the global benefits to the health institutions to pay for it. Once we overcome that hurdle, I think we'll see very quick adaptation. But we're in that stage of that kind of early adopters have to really believe in it to start it, and we have those types of customers. But widespread use will only really be able to be performed once we really show the financial benefit. So we need those population health executives who see the global picture to drive AI adaptation.
Thank you, Orid. We're really waiting for this to happen. Richardland, what do you think? I also believe that the great challenge ahead with AI is the adoption barrier. We're not talking here about a tech issue. As I said before, AI and its current use is excellent, and there is a high level of resolved issues when we talk about specific topics. But the challenge today is to make a volume of models and applications available and that are relevant and applicable to all healthcare markets and segments. There is certain resistance. There is a lot of reluctance and resistance by people involved. There's still the myth that people say, wow, AI will replace medical doctors, will replace nurses, anyone involved in any market, in any area. And this reluctance makes people create barriers towards AI, and they ultimately decrease the possibility of widening the scope of use of AI in a broader and more relevant manner. So what we have today is not a tech problem. Technologies are already there, they exist, and they can resolve and forward many problems, but there is an acceptance barrier that we have to dismantle yet. And an investment and adoption barrier. There is a lot of buzz around the use of AI. Many companies have issued statements, and everybody knows that this will happen. Everybody knows that this is a reality, and it is a fact in many markets, but there's still a layer of really investing on AI to make AI viable. And this will only take place when we dismantle adoption barriers. Great, Richard Land. You mentioned an essential word that is also essential. That is technology acceptance. We know that science is always moving forward, but acceptance is essential. And with reference to the COVID-19 pandemic, the global pandemic, do you think the pandemic, in a way, I mean, there have been a number of issues and we regret all the issues and negative aspects, but the other face of the coin is that the need to have quick answers due to the pandemic. Was this positive to adopt technologies? Do we have a new vision, a new environment of acceptance of the technology in healthcare? Arit, what do you think?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think that a lot of people who are more at the front lines of COVID and use some of these algorithms and found value in them, well, those people are more likely to be adopters of other types of algorithm and see kind of where their benefits are. And then other institutions that felt like, well, we did just fine without an algorithm. Why do we need it? Well, that might, kind of enhance their view that it's not necessary. So I don't think we can make a blanket statement worldwide about how AI affected COVID. I do think that understand the need for global health initiatives. As we see now with COVID is a real global problem. And so everyone banded together, understood from each other, research was shared. And so we came to a lot of conclusions very, very quickly and vaccines very, very quickly. And if we do those same types of initiatives in other population health spheres, chronic conditions especially, so costly, then we together and really create initiatives to improve population health along the same lines.
Richard Land, what's your take? I believe that COVID in the world has been difficult for everyone, but it has helped us rethink certain issues with reference to what to do, what we've been doing in our daily lives. This could be translated in what was going on now, home office, homeschooling, the fact that we can be physically almost nowhere. I believe that now, in the pandemic and living this situation now and trying to understand what's going on, we can open the eyes and accept technologies and practices that already existed, but they were not so widely used. We didn't understand them. We didn't use them. We have telemedicine, which is a fantastic resource. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to go all the way to the hospital, to the office, to see your doctor, to see your specialty physician that will deal with your problem and will refer you to a specialist. Ixion has invested heavily. We have bought consultations and booking platform called Boa Consulta in Portuguese, which is called doctor's appointment. And this is a way that we can see if the pandemic will change this paradigm, this change in paradigm. This goes beyond telemedicine or AI. It has to do with the possibility of thinking about resources and practices and try to implement action, implement resources in a wider and more democratic way for everyone. Thank you. So in your line of work, You provide services that go well beyond technology and listening. Both Arit and Richardland, we clearly understood that your job goes beyond technology. You're solving essential issues with medical doctors, with hospitals, in healthcare. What's your perspective on the ideal world with the adoption of these technologies? How do you imagine? I mean, what would the world today look like if we could use the technologies that you use, AI, supporting healthcare, especially as far as the humanization of care? Which would be the ideal scenario in the future? Taking away all the barriers and obstacles, what is your dream come true in this area? Arit?
That's actually an excellent question. And it depends how far in the future I'd like to dream. But my vision of healthcare is that AI will help doctors really synthesize all the information on a patient in a very, very directed way, so that all the patient's imaging, their laboratory work, their risk factors are all synthesized together and provide easy recommendations for the clinicians to treat the patient. So instead of focusing on the visit, on gathering data from different locations and presenting the patient with a health plan, they could spend more time talking to the patients and communicating with the patients, interacting with them, because the data will be automatically available. And so there'll be a lot better, more time for that human interaction between doctor and patient, more time to really get to know the patients holistically, and then all the data will be provided in a very orderly fashion, and that data will come with automatic healthcare pathways for that patient, so that if that patient has certain parameters on that data sheet that took into account all the information about that patient, there'll be pathways to direct that patient to the right healthcare. In this way, patients won't fall through the cracks and won't be so doctor dependent on if this doctor is a good doctor and that doctor is a less good doctor and that doctor is more thorough and the first person forgets to look at certain data points. It'll be more consistent throughout the community, and it'll be more democratic because all patients will get treated in a similar fashion, and the time for the doctor-patient interaction can be better spent by humanizing the face of doctors, with more time spent on interacting rather than being a collector of data and kind of a manager of care.
Excellent, Arit. Richardland, please. Yes, and having overcome all the barriers that we have and will continue to have in the process, I believe that this will be an ideal scenario of collaboration. With the variables we have today, I cannot imagine one single institution or company having a large enough set of data to solve all the problems of identifying and diagnosing based on image or other data. So I don't see one single company solving the whole problem. What I can envision is a set of actions, a set of investments made by a group, many companies around the diagnosis and the imaging. And with this collaboration, we will be able to devise structures and patterns and standards to enrich our practice. Today, when we talk about the diagnosis, we have a process that is highly oriented to groups of people and their features, characteristics. So when you have more data, more information, and more knowledge taken from that structure, we will be able to finally humanize diagnosis for people. And the more we have the history of the individual patient, irrespective of the clinics and institutions and hospitals they have been to, when you have the whole history of the patient available for any health professional to use, individualization of diagnosis and treatment process will put our patients in a new level. So I see the future as one of great collaboration in which no data is lost, every piece of data is used, and there will be, of course, a great interrelation and comparison between different groups, but always aiming at individualized analysis, because we will have all the resources available for this. Very well, my friends. Thank you very much for your words, for your comments. We are now approaching the end of our panel, and I will now give our speakers a chance to talk to our participants and about the benefits of your products and technology. So your message to our public. Orit, please.
My message is really to embrace innovation. I think that there's so many things being innovated all the time, and COVID taught us to try new things and try to do things a different way. And I think now is the time to overcome that fear of AI, but also any other innovation. Try it, because most of the time you'll find that it can improve your life and it can improve healthcare. And don't be fearful of the new. Don't be fearful of what's coming up, but rather test it and try it. And if you see limitations, most innovative products undergo several layers of innovation. It's not like a product is born overnight and is perfect. And so you need to work with the providers of innovation to improve them all the time and to get it to where it needs to be to provide you with the best product as possible. In artificial intelligence, it's certainly been a learning process. Zebra is a 7-year-old company, and we've learned so much in those 7 years, from everything to do with the level and quality of the algorithms, to how to make them very generalizable, to how to really get adaptation of them, to how really an algorithm is not a product that you can sell. An algorithm is just an algorithm, but unless it falls into the workflow in a hospital setting so that the customer is satisfied with the workflow and with the result, and how you get the patient the appropriate care once you have that result, only once you combine all that together, then you have a good product. And that was a learning process, and we have so much more to learn. So embrace innovation and help it get to the next level. That's my view.
Richard, your message, please. Richardland. My message is very similar to Orit's, actually. I appreciate a saying that says that the best form of predicting the future is creating it. So when you take a stand at the head of the process of digital transformation, you, of course, face some difficulties and hurdles, but it allows you to envision an entirely new and rich scenario filled with opportunities. I would tell people also to be open for innovation and for breaking down paradigms. To leave this idea that repeating things that are successful is something that simply has to continue without any second thought. We must always be open for second thoughts and for questioning whether what we are doing is done in the best way possible. When we speak of AI, we're not speaking, or rather we are speaking of applications that are complex, but we also have a series of AI resources that are so simple and that we use without even realizing, beginning with the food delivery app, the transportation apps. All that is AI, and it is becoming a strong part of our lives. It is inevitable. So a major social change that as we aspire it every day in our grocery purchases, in our human relations, are already happening and will continue a long time. So it's important for people to be open and not fearful, or at least not experience fear that will block you, because by experimenting and analyzing, you will participate in this change process more naturally and benefit from it. I think that when we block ourselves, we establish barriers and we cannot enjoy the good part of change. Excellent, Richard. I would like to thank you for being with us, for your availability, Richard and Orit, and also our participants. So let us continue with the event, and I hope to see you shortly.
Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante, tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo, aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação.
I really appreciated to learn more about artificial intelligence and how medicine can use it to its favor, to its benefit. Yes, I also love that. But now we are going to learn about communications and brands, which will also help us to innovate greatly. And all these topics could not be left outside of our event. Exactly. And that is why we have many bright experts here to explain how to build a brand for health in the digital era. Our moderator is Rodrigo Villar, and with him we have Alan McIntyre, Marketing Director of DASA, Everton Schultz, CEO of Agora Strategic Communication, and Sarosh Mistry, CEO of Home Care Mundial, global CEO of Home Care, and also CEO of Sodexo North America. Don't forget to post and comment on our hashtags. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us on this third day of the Colmeia Inova Summit 2021. I am Rodrigo Villar from the FIS Initiative, and I have with me three people who are spectacular professionals, very experienced in their fields, to explain to us how to build a brand for health in the digital era. We have Alan from DASA, that everybody in Brazil knows, the largest chain of laboratories in Brazil, one of the largest in the world. DASA has recently been experiencing many changes, and I'm sure Alan will describe to us what happened in the operational part, but also in terms of marketing and brand repositioning. We also have Everton, who has nothing to do with health. He must have been very surprised with the invitation to participate in an event on health innovation. Everton is CEO of Agora Communication, one of the major global communication companies, and I think that he has a lot to contribute to help us with his experience in the field of marketing. And last but not least, my brother and friend, Sarosh Mistry, CEO of Sodexo North America and CEO of Sodexo's Home Care around the world. The FIS Initiative, for those of you who do not know it, is a nonprofit movement that aims at bringing change to health and better access for all to health. And we do that by engaging, by providing content, and by using our DNA, which is making connections and organizing events. This event is a small part of what we do. During these days, we are launching Trust, a network for the health segment. Today, a chat has been launched for people to connect more and more over this network that is here to stay. We will also include all our partners and everybody to on this network. And the idea is to have more and more people here connecting and improving our segment. So now enough of me. I am replacing Karen Fuoco, who had a personal problem, and therefore I am here in her place with this panel. And I also want to remind you of the complex situation we find ourselves in. So many deaths, many people losing their beloved ones. So we would like to show you our solidarity around the world. So let us begin with Everton, who is a stranger to the health segment, but who will contribute with many cool things for us. So Everton, welcome. Please start your 10-minute presentation and gift us with your knowledge. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you for the invitation. As you said, I was quite surprised, but then our challenge of exchanging ideas and building brands shows us that some manners of building brands can be used in a variety of segments, each one with its peculiarities, of course. Agora, as you said, is an agency that is present worldwide. We focus on Latin America. We began in Argentina, and now we are present in Colombia, Mexico, Peru, and Brazil. And besides Agora, we are also part of a whole ecosystem in communication and marketing. We have a creativity company that deals with content and translates stories to a more creative content. We have a research arm, and Fog Dog, which is our branding arm. I am present in all three arms of the company here in Brazil, and I try to help companies to ensure their image and reputation. I will begin by discussing the topic of this panel, how to build a brand of health in the digital era. And first of all, explaining the term digital. Well, I began to work over 20 years ago, before the internet was so present in our lives. So the term digital has been changing its meaning along the years, but currently it is present in all of our lives. And it's been even more strongly consolidated during the pandemic. The digital experience we are having on our screens and using our devices, not only to communicate, but also to perform several activities. And this has become even more robust during the pandemic. We had to adjust to do things that we did before offline, such as working and purchasing and learning by using e-commerce and other digital solutions that are present in practically all the businesses. And now more specifically about how Agora has been working with Netflix and other entertainment companies, we envisioned a very great boom in digital entertainment. People began to fill in their free time, idle time, and even for leisure by watching Netflix and other streaming services. The gaming industry has grown exponentially, and we are diving more deeply into this segment, which has become one of the world's biggest industries. And this impacts all of our lives. And in order to ensure our mental health, we look for new alternatives in entertainment using digital technologies like streaming and gaming. I believe that the major difference between brand communication now and before the pandemic is the complexity of understanding and knowing your public. The priority before was to talk to the masses and use these mass media. And with the social media, we find a challenge of finding our different publics and adjusting our stories and narratives to these channels. Communities that used to be physical are now entirely digital. And therefore, the brands have the first challenge to find their different publics and groups and communities that are spread out around the digital world and participating with them, interacting with them through messages. This is very positive. By using technology, you can find groups that used to be restricted to physical meetings and that are now using digital meetings. But it's also very hard to have true, genuine conversations between the public and your brand. For us who build brands, by using the title of the panel, I see that the digital divide or the separation between digital and physical is more focused on the tactics you use and how you think about your story afterwards than on thinking about it beforehand. So our challenge is to build a narrative that creates an impact, that communicates to our public, and then ensure that this communication actually happens genuinely in each one of these channels. Alan will describe his challenge at DASA, but I believe that the brands that are reinventing themselves today need to have one major comprehensive objective to be known as a brand, but they must also ensure the continuation of the conversation in different niches and publics. This is a larger challenge for us in marketing and communication, exactly to find these places and publics. Another reflection that I think we can debate later is what will happen afterwards when we are finally free of distancing and we have been vaccinated. How is this digital presence that was in our lives for a year and a half or two, how will it impact our lives? Many things will change. We see that this event is already a challenge in itself. It's been translated from the physical to the digital format, and now the brands will have to start thinking about how this digital experience will impact the physical experience post-pandemic. All the health institutions that used to be more concerned with the physical presence will now have to adjust to the hybrid. It's not one or the other. They add experiences that include digital in the form that we interact with our publics. Although today I do not work with health brands, but I have before with certain hospitals such as the Beneficência Portuguesa. I saw a panel with them earlier, and I am curious to hear about our colleagues in the panel and what they think of doing after the challenge of the pandemic and using screens more than ever. So these are my initial reflections, and I will stop now before the end of my 10 minutes because I'm more interested in hearing what you all have to say. Thank you.
I thank you. We're going to get back to this. You brought up some very interesting things. Digital vis-a-vis live. I think this is something that we need to talk here. And I see people, as you mentioned, people want to be together increasingly more. It's natural, but then you go to the other side. You could take a Colmeia, like this one, we had over 12,000 registered people. We wouldn't be able to have this outreach live, with the cost of displacement, traveling, etc., people leaving their offices, etc. And I agree with you, we'll go back to this. And as you mentioned, we had Omelette with us on the first day, speaking of games, this thing that you brought up, and mental health as well. We talked about it yesterday. Everything is connected somehow, but then we'll get back to this. And now I'm going to ask Alan. I tried to bring Everton outside healthcare, and now Alan was from outside healthcare. Now he's in healthcare. So he was aware, botão, and now he's shining at Daza, turning this new brand into a huge thing. Alan, very good morning. Good morning, Rodrigo. Thank you for the invitation. Everton brought some point that I was going to bring up here, so I'm going to make some bridges here from outside now, from inside, which are quite interesting. I have seen brands being born and dying over the past 20 years, and I started in Nokia. When Nokia was a large world brand. For those that like numbers, it was a company that had 43 billion euro cash to buy whatever it wanted, and then it ended up becoming an acquired brand by Microsoft for 8-9 billion some years later. What happened? Because actually they lost track of the core, which is innovation and the consumer. There was this hegemony of a leading brand that got lost. I'm speaking about it from inside. It's no problem. It has become theory of communication and branding, and it ended up being acquired, and it was a major market leader. And then some years later, I went to New York, to Budapest, taking care of 18 countries, Eastern Europe, and then Berlin. What does it mean? What do I mean by this? That theory basically is the same for any industry or any segment. But there are minimum adjustments to be made, and that have to be made carefully. Imagine the 18 Eastern European countries do not communicate amongst themselves. They do not have, as we have, our neighboring countries. In Spanish, we connect overall. Then you have several languages, Latin-rooted languages, and so you have to have something that is tailor-made for each country. That's a bit of what Everton said. If we don't think about audiences, how they behave, what they are like in our world, we have a healthy user in our world, we have chronic patients, we have doctors, and we have some audiences with whom we communicate quite directly and day to day. Just to bring up an initial point here, Rodrigo, that you brought up, DASA, and until this transition we are going through, for a long time it hasn't been early diagnosis. We have brands like Alta, Sergio Franco in Rio, Braunstein. We have 59 brands in our portfolio. We're very proud of 9 de Julho's Hospital São Lucas in Rio, in Brasilia, recently to be approved by our agency, cadeia, effort. So we're actually an ecosystem, and how to make it operational and not having individual EBITDA, financial contribution, and stopping there. It's actually by connecting all of there with communicating vessels and intelligent synapses. And we're going to do this through technology, through welcoming care. And then I go into the pillars of the mother brand that will unfold into the retail brands. But before that, adding to what Everton said, TV is no longer the credibility communication channel. Yes, it is a major communication medium. So if you have a 30-second, 1-minute commercial during primetime news, that's no longer the case. That's no longer important. Many people use TV to start campaigns, and then they are unfolded and developed in major fragmentations on the digital world. To be able to move about digital, not only performance Google and performance itself, but products in Google, Facebook, and other channels, but also brand building. How do you build your brand in each one of these micro fragments? The main element is the human element, especially during pandemic and very sad numbers that we see every day. If we don't have any empathy, human factor, at the top priority list, nothing happens. So when we see at 9 de Julho, Robotics Center, all very advances, well, it's all the other members of the group. Robotics is good, but behind the operations of the robot, there is a human being. I want to say that we have storytelling, real storytelling, of empathy, human beings, and we have this DASA and this relaunch of the brand. Actually, it's a new DASA. It's not DASA that people have met until now. Actually, a new DASA, this integrated network, in fact, of healthcare that takes care of the journey of health and not disease, and leaving the episode that is fragmented to full and fluid. To tell you this is really cool, it's really fun, and I'm very happy to do that. And it's quite challenging, especially in times in which we need jointly this group and medical doctors, some media need to help us tell a story that it is better to tell the journey of health rather from sick care to health care, she says. This is everything that motivates us, that drives us. So we have the DASA brand that is being launched. We have the NAV platform, VE platform that will help users and patients and doctors. We're going to help them in this surfing and browsing within the healthcare system. And the AgroTech and high touch looking towards looking face to face and the contact once it's again possible. Shortly, not only eye to eye, perhaps the hug, embrace more affectionate way for welcoming. And our great purpose is to be the health people wish and that the world needs. This is what drives us every day. Over 40,000 associates in our group, and this has led us to be in the front lines or administrative lines, the 4 major pillars that sustain this brand. Care that welcomes, partnership that empowers. We want to empower the whole ecosystem with technology, helping doctors to bring, as we always say, to have information, prediction and prevention, always empowering users and doctors, technology that and removes this knot that many times we see there is in the fragmentation of healthcare, and in fact, science that transforms. If we don't have science that helps to evolve and have everything in hand, if we cannot put this in practice, we are failing at some point. So as a preamble, from the beginning of my career and until now, what I've seen with DASA and to bring DASA to this time, I don't know if I've taken up all my 10 minutes or not, but anyhow, this is a very pleasant process being conducted in millions of hands. A brand is not born from outside inwards. It's born from inside to the outside. We have millions of employees helping us build this brand, experienced people in the front lines that are actually bringing this great time for DASA. Man, really cool. Way back when we thought about this panel, obviously one of the first companies that came to mind was DASA. Then I called Romeo and I asked Romeo for a name. And he said, man, you got to talk to this guy. This guy is really good, you know, he's an expert. Now I understand why he told me to talk to you. And really nice. So you said 3 things, 3 words that I think are nice to get back to them. First is ecosystem. The ecosystem is something that we take into consideration greatly. At Trust, we've created some ecosystems there. All our partners have ecosystems inside, so that associates can actually link increasingly more to the platform. You talked about empowerment. I want to talk about that, empowerment of associates. And a question that I want to get back to is on the role of people, as you mentioned, in this creation of brands. Employees, associates, people in general, but we're going to get back to that. So now let's move on to my great friend, Sarosh, straight from the US, and he's here to talk to us. Sarosh leads a gigantic organization. It's
Thank you, Rodrigo, and thank you to all for this opportunity to be with you today. It truly is a
structuring
privilege.
The brands. And in addition, they are talking a lot to McKinsey so that they can help them transform their brand to make brand. So Sarosh, so you hand over to you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Rodrigo, and thank you to all of you for the opportunity to be with you today. It is truly a privilege. So much has changed in our lives over the last 15 months during the pandemic. How we live, work, and connect with each other. In Sodexo's home care business, we've seen this firsthand. Our caregivers, our nurses are working tirelessly, helping seniors and adults living at home. So this change is especially true for healthcare, and I want to thank each of you today for your tireless efforts and dedication in the care of others. Thank you for your sacrifices and all you've done for so many. Let's stay strong and we will win this fight. One thing that has changed forever is how we communicate with each other and how we share what our brands are all about. Certainly in healthcare. How we market has been transformed forever. I saw one quote from Deloitte that said, "We made 6 years of digital transformation progress in 6 months." And in much of what has changed for good. Much of this will stick with us. So how do you build a brand in this increasingly digital world? Let me start with the question, what is a brand? And when people ask me that, my favorite definition of this is from Sergio Zyman, the former chief marketing officer at Coke. A brand is essentially a container for a person's complete experience with your product or service. And so today, as digital channels are the primary means of brand's discovery or experience, to be successful, it must be accomplished digitally. How do we create this end-to-end brand experience along a person's journey in healthcare? So let's first think about how people think about care. You have a symptom, you Google it or look it up on something like WebMD, most likely on your mobile device. You probably watch a video on YouTube, and then you look for care options and find someone best suited to help. You look at their reputation, their reviews, you visit their website, you download a treatment guide, and then maybe start a telehealth session. Or you may request an appointment. Think of this. All of this can be done in less than an hour. It is a connected journey that can now connect directly to the first step in care instantly. Look at how this has grown dramatically during COVID. Before COVID, 17% of US patients had used telehealth. After, around 30% or more. And those with chronic diseases grew even more to over 60% usage. And the number of telehealth visits grew over 50x. Yes, 50x. And telehealth in the United States alone will be a $100 billion plus business by 2023. Look at our friends at the Cleveland Clinic, one of the world's top hospitals. In person, Cleveland Clinic does about 9 million outpatient visits per year. And their goal is to more than triple that to over 30 million in a couple of years. And fortunately, this will be achieved in large part through their Express Care app. Again, moving to digital. And what is even more amazing, over 100 million people learn about care via their website each year. That's a lot of people. They're reaching out with their brand. So another example, Mayo Clinic, another world-famous hospital. It has over 1.5 billion visits annually. It's truly amazing. So when we think about what are the principles of building a brand digitally, a few things come to mind. First, it has to be patient-centric. People are increasingly in charge of their healthcare decisions. It's very easy today to research symptoms, learn about costs and quality scores right from an iPhone. Second, you have to be always on. Your brand needs to be present whenever a consumer is seeking health information and care options. And often, Google is the first step. Third, you need to connect everything. You need to create a digital ecosystem that, as Sergio Zyman says, delivers a complete experience with your brand. The whole process needs to be frictionless. I'll tell you finally, but importantly, data beats opinion. Measure everything. Learn what works for your audience. And remember, as much as we might want to look at big numbers, like one of my colleagues said, behind every interaction, web visit, referral, or article view is an individual and a family in real need for help. One other very important thing, be sure to tell your brand story. Mayo Clinic's mission statement starts with the words, inspiring hope. What a powerful, emotional, and inspiring message. Digital gives you amazing ways to bring your brand story to life through video, imagery, words, and podcasts. You all are doing amazing things as healthcare leaders, captains of industry. I believe how well you connect as a brand is the key to helping as many people as possible. Thank you again for this privilege, and it's truly been an honor to be here with all of you. Thank you, Rodrigo, for the invitation.
Arash, thank you for being so, bringing so many good contributions for us. So I will start I will start by getting something that Sarosh said in the end and what Everton said. Sarosh said, find your public. Sarosh said exactly the same thing, find your public. So an open question to all of you. How do we find the right public? How can we do that, in your opinion? Beginning with Everton. As I said in the beginning, I believe that this is our greatest challenge in marketing and communication. It is to find these conversations, but in a genuine manner. I believe that initially a tool may seem simple, but it is complex. Translating data, the volume of data that are present in social media can show you the road, first of all, to separate the conversations and then define who is participating. So you must use available tools. I am a big critic of using data just for the sake of data. And I think that this is what Alan also said. You need to translate the data and have a human presence there. So the tool is data itself. You use data to find the conversations. And then you need to put that into context in a clear manner for your business by separating the public or different publics in each of these pillars. But today you no longer have the public separated as you had before: the consumers, the press, opinion makers, and government. Now, in each of these pillars, you have other separations that are more important. Speaking about the entertainment world, when I separate a group that is separated by a title or by a game, within that public, there are different groups talking about different topics. Of course, during that journey, you can wake up as a Netflix user, and in the end, you will be a DAZA user. Now, how you find these people in the communities, in the different forums that you have in the digital world is a big challenge. That is the complexity. Now, using data and design thinking methodologies and other tools that are already existing in the business and communication world is one way to go. Alan? Well, I was going to just supplement what he said. Data for the sake of data doesn't mean anything. If you don't crunch the data, not much will happen. And you have to turn all that into insights. At DAZA, we have a CX or customer experience area that includes human insights. That is where we translate this not only to customer service, but also to new product development. And this is, of course, very well known, but if you miss that, you end up losing your market share. And there are other formal ways of doing that. UX, people have been using personas and building them, but we also forget that there are already methods that are maybe less cheap, but infographics and quantitative research as opposed to qualitative so that you can know your public. So when you consume health, it is not the same person that consumes chronic disease. So our aspirations and desires change between publics. So in DAZA, we have the data lake. We have 5 billion pieces of structured data, and this gives us a lot of insight in a whole variety of fields and areas. But if we stratify this or analyze this in a behavioral manner, an anthropological manner, we must do that so that you can have different perspectives. And then in some cases, you will be able to be at the lead of the conversation, because that's another important point. Who is speaking and how and from where? So conversations happen in spite of marketing and communication professionals, but in fact, at some moments, we do have the mission and duty of taking a stand and leading certain conversations, such as in the beginning of the pandemic, the right way to have better prevention, wearing masks, not wearing masks. So the medical segment had to get in these and lead these conversations. So this has to do with reputation and image, and it's not built from one day to the other. Of course, it's important to have the title, but it is also important to develop empathy and build that along the years. I only wanted to make a comment. I just remembered a challenge that applies very well to the medical segment. We use the story mining concept that you actually seek and mine for stories, and the story craft, which is what Alan is describing. You create or start a story to start off a discussion. In medicine, there are many taboos when you talk about rare conditions or other topics that are like inside a church and cannot be touched upon. I think that the brands have to face the challenge of bringing these topics to the conversation in a humane manner and human manner also. So you have laboratories that deal with conditions and pathologies that are seen as taboos. You have the knowledge to start this conversation in a more natural way without bringing up barriers and taboos. That is exactly what story crafting means. Alan and Everton, this is a very interesting perspective. Today, at the end of our day, we will have a panel explaining how to turn data into assets for the businesses. And now I want Sarosh's contribution about that. And another question that Sarosh can also answer after his comment is about customer experience. How is customer experience fit into this whole story about a new brand, a digital brand? Sarosh, let's hear it from you.
Thank you. So I think my colleagues did a fantastic job at addressing the question, and I'm not sure how much more I have to add to that because they were very good at answering it. But what I will say is, and I'll emphasize that data is important, but the insights that you get from data as they're shared is critical, right? Because otherwise you're inundated with so much data, but it is about trying to understand what is important to the consumer and at what stage what is important. So consumers are going to interact and their families are going to interact with you at various stages of the consumer journey. At the beginning of the journey, there may be different information and different tools that they're looking for as compared to what they may be looking for at a later time. So it's key that you need to be able to pivot, be ready to evolve based on the consumer behaviors, based on their needs, because that's how you make sure that your brand is always on, as we talked about, right? And the other piece that I'll add, which is important, is stay true to your mission and your vision as a company and what your values are, and make sure that you are able to clearly articulate and transcend those into the experience that your customers have. Because you may have great values, but as to your question, how do you connect that to great customer service, great customer experience? It is about transcending those values into a digital experience. And that means that even though they may be interacting with you through a screen, through a computer, through a mobile device, that aspect of care, especially in healthcare, needs to come through. It cannot come across as something robotic. It needs to come across as there is actually a person on the other side who's looking out for you and who's got your best interests in mind. Thank you.
And what do you think of that, Alan? Where does the customer experience come in when you are creating a brand? Because you are the expert on that. I agree entirely with Sarosh that if we don't look at it in a holistic manner, we will never deliver what our user, what our patient is seeking. So how do we see this at DAZA? Our branding area under me and my team defines a strategy. We think about a brand for the long term, always linked to the business, of course. We look at the strategic objectives for a number of years in the future, and we start building bridges to get there. And this is where we are exactly with one of our products. So the customer experience is so important, and it is actually the conjunction of two worlds, body and soul. Empreendedorismo, for example, a company that manufactures airplanes in Brazil, they had an old soul, a very contemporary practice, building airplanes, and then with a more practical part of modernizing this. So what is DASA in terms of technology, human, and putting together the medical side with the patients? How does the brand behave in the 3D world, for example? So you can say, oh, you have a very attractive logo, you have a good behavior, but how is this conveyed in customer service with your cordiality, with the materials you use, with the technology that simplifies your user's life? So how can this become prediction and relief for your user or patient? And CX, therefore, is a very important part of the execution of the brand strategy in all the touch points we have along the day. If you have 20 million users every day, like we do, this makes us responsible for not processing all this as data simply, but also of delighting them at every step. So at every touch point, we need to delight the customer, and CX is responsible for that. Very good. Everton, your ideas. I would like to bring the customer experience aspect to what you were talking about, the journey, all the touch points you have with the brand. It's a very increasingly a great challenge. And we also have now to deal with the influencers. It's also becoming a taboo in the world of marketing. Who owns the relationship with the influencers? What is their relationship with the media? Should you pay for them or not? And increasingly, you have the challenge of understanding CX or customer experience, and the digitally native generations have much greater references about this than we have, we who are above our 30, 35 years of age. Coincidentally, this morning, somebody from the New York Times talking about parenting was discussing a very specific issue, which is children's imaginary friends. Children and adolescents have imaginary friends now in the virtual world, and their references are these characters exactly from YouTube, from the streaming service. So how do you deal and relate to your imaginary friend in this journey for the new generation? They are influenced not by traditional media, but by influencers who impact their decision making. And we also have a very interesting topic. When Charlie Sheen announced that he had HIV, there was a big boom of searches for HIV rapid tests because he was a personality, a celebrity who influenced people's behavior and brands. And now the influencers who talk about games and entertaining and behavior will also influence the behavior of people who deal with health brands. And this has to do with the customer experience, the journey with the consumer and the brand and all the touch points. Now, please, Alan. Sorry to interrupt, but one thing that I found in the world of health And I did work in entertainment, also in theme parks. I have a very diverse career, actually. And customer experience is the essence of entertainment. Now, one thing that we have to be very careful in health is when you confuse hospitality with customer experience. Hospitality actually is a part of the customer experience. Just to point out this, because I don't want people to confuse what I'm saying. I know it's a blinding glimpse of the obvious, but we have to be very careful not to confuse hospitality with CX. One is contained within the other.
One thing I'd like to add also is, especially in healthcare, it is imperative that you are patient-centric. Right?
I'm sorry, Sarosh. You're both speaking at the same time. Please, Sarosh, you may go on. I'm sorry. Could you start again?
Now,
Sarosh.
one thing I want to make sure I add is that, especially when it relates to healthcare, it's imperative that our mindset is to be patient-centric. It is so important that it's revolved around patient centricity. And consumers will tell you what their needs are. But for them to tell you, you also need to create the avenues and the path for them to be able to communicate with you. And they need to know that you're actually listening and taking action. Because feedback is a two-way process, right? And unless you act on that feedback, which is a gift, consumers are going to stop giving it to you. Sorry for jumping in, but I thought it was important to add that piece.
No way, Sarosh. Everybody can talk whenever they want. This is supposed to be a conversation. Now, I have a question that just arrived that has to do with CX. Beginning with Sarosh, I think your insights on this will be very productive for us. It is related to the humanizing of the experience in the digital world. So for a year and a half, everybody is at home and watching everything on screens. This event would never be digital if it were not for the pandemic. So how do you humanize relationships, Sarosh? How can the experience, your experience with Sodexo's collaborators and also of home care, how can we humanize our brand and our relationships?
That's a great question. You know, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier, right? To humanize the interaction, one needs to understand as to what's happening on the other side of the screen. We as people have, we're creatures of habit. We want to be able to sit across from people. We want to be able to have dinner with people. We want to be able to socialize because that's innate in us as humans. But this pandemic has forced us not to be able to do that. And the only way for us to be able to communicate has been digitally. And I think that, as I mentioned earlier, that the progress that we've made in 15 months, or in the last 6 months specifically, is more than that was made in 6 years before time. So for this to be real and for this to feel genuine, I think you need to make sure that as a person and as a brand, you are open and be vulnerable. By being vulnerable, you're showing that you have empathy, and by conveying that you have empathy, the other side feels that they're actually interacting with people and just not a company. Because that's the key thing. People like to communicate with people. People don't communicate with companies. So the more you can make people feel that there is a human on the other side of the screen, the more they're going to be able to relate to you. And I'll tell you the same thing right now as we are communicating with all of you. You know, the energy that I would have had seeing all 12,000 of you live is is probably not the same as what I'm seeing and feeling right now, sitting in a conference room in Southern California and viewing everybody on a screen. But that doesn't take away from my passion for the subject or how I feel about spending this time with all of you. And that's critical, and that needs to come through, whether in verbal communication, whether in the interface that you create in a digital app, and also whether it be through a chat box. Regardless of the medium that's used, that needs to come across. That's imperative to success.
Adding to, very nice. That's all I was going to say. I was going to actually tell you, I was going to illustrate actually what Saroj said, and Everton knows it quite well. For example, when we use social media to communicate, digital actually does not replace. It has to be a complement. As a complement, you have to make it the best of complements. In cases of crisis, for example, when you have to respond to something that happens on social media, it's happened sometimes in my career. Every time we sought a protocol response that we would, for example, provide to the media, a reactive note replicated in social media only worsens the conversation. When you add the human factor, empathy, you understand the pain, the frustration. The person is frustrated with you. There are relationships from human being to human being. That's why personification of brands is increasingly more imperative. When we see cases, we see how wonderful that brand did that. Look at that response. And when we bring that to our day-to-day, why? In the nick of time, the brands decide to follow protocol precisely because they do not put the consumer human being in the core of everything. If they're put in the core, they know they're talking to a human being. Why am I going to use legalese? Why am I going to use terms that do not create any empathy? We don't use adjectives, only nouns. And this is why we need to, many times when we set this digital relationship, totally agreeing with what Saroj says, it has to be live, living, and not a transactional thing. The problem is when it's transactional, we have to move from transactional to love. Everton, what do you think about it? I like Alan said a word that is coming almost every day in our lives, which is empathy. How do you have this empathy view? To have empathy, you must have a context that goes well beyond a technological tool of having a defined narrative. When you have this empathic look, it demands more work, but the result is always much more effective than you're doing something that is automated. I want to comment on a case that AGRA has an arm of public affairs. We study public policies and how they impact businesses. And currently we're analyzing telehealth, public policies analysis. So beyond analyzing what each Latin American government is seeking to adapt public policies to telehealth, we brought the point, which is access. Is telehealth actually thinking about access in people that live in remote communities? Are they actually going to be able to use technology to benefit from telehealth? How can I make a cultural change, in fact, and understand that specific age brackets are not ready for telehealth, or educate them so that they can benefit and see the benefits of telehealth? This point came before our understanding the public policies of this provocation of the context and of the empathic view or point to each reality. So thinking about geographies, age brackets, etc. This is a great challenge in my view. of thinking about technology as an enabler, but barrier. Since we have less than 10 minutes now, I'm going to tie 2 questions here so that we have some time for final remarks from you. I'd like to talk about culture, company culture. How does the company culture actually impact the brand creation and brand building? And then empowerment. We had Koba from XP 2 days ago talking about empowerment. Some campaigns they managed to broadcast that came up at the very end, the front line. So the person was empowered, she was able to bring an idea for a campaign. So I want to link both questions. One related to the company culture, mindset, and the other one related to the associates of a company. I'll start with Alan. Well, thank you. There are some cases on that as to how you bring consumers to co-creation, almost that. There is a side that is a consumer. People say it's not a Brastemp. That was a campaign tagline that came from a consumer in the Northeast. It's not a Brastemp. Brastemp is a make of household appliances, and it's top notch, they consider it. So people say it's not a Brastemp, it's like a Whirlpool. So it's actually forges the coin on both sides, and you cannot talk about a culture of a company that is very hierarchical and say that you have horizontal things. So culture and brand has to move hand in hand. And in general, since all the processes of evolution of behaviors of human beings, very long-living brands, certainly their culture must have a trait or another many years ago, but it sort of adapts, just like language evolves over time. In a sense, to put associates closer to the brand building, so what is from into the inside is to the outside, that's essential. We cannot build brands without a well-raised culture, and we cannot follow a culture without the brand to behave publicly in a given way. Precisely because the digital WhatsApp, Telegram, and social media. So you cannot tell your associates something different from what you tell people outside. So we're going to make a video with the CEO that's only going to be for the associates. No. Associates will be in the press 2 minutes later. So we have to be very careful with that. Above being careful, we put a vision of defense, but we have to be very truthful. If you are truthful, as a poet says, the only thing that has no solution is truth. It comes along with time. So everything, one thing, so the brand has to actually reflect the culture and vice versa. Everton, do you agree? Very much. So yes, it's a truth and being genuine. So you have to have a narrative that it has to be genuine. ESG, for example, people are talking a lot about it. If I cannot talk about it, if I don't have my internal public understanding what ESG is. So if I don't have a plan and a well-defined trajectory by the internal group, what are the paths that these messages can be actually truthful? You may not even have a sustainability project or everything totally socially correct, totally implemented. But if you don't have a path so that people from inside understand the path, you may be caught around the corner, as we say in Brazil. You may be demanded and people can claim certain things quickly from you, and your mattress, as Alan said, in terms of reputation, will be increasingly smaller if you do not have a cohesive narrative. If the pathway is clear to the internal audience, this narrative can work externally. And very good. Sarish, what do you think about the company culture empowerment, the very front end, associates, and if you want to talk a bit about Alan and Everton about empowerment, etc. That's very good. What do you think about that? Brand and company culture.
One of my colleagues said it very well. It's so important that you are truthful here, right? One of the management gurus said that culture will eat strategy for breakfast. Culture is so imperative to the success of the organization, because the way you behave internally is going to be, the brand is nothing but a reflection of what you behave internally, and culture is the way you behave internally. For example, with what we do, the very nature of what we do is taking care of people. This is a shared value throughout our organization, and this message permeates our business and our brand story. So it's not about a tagline, it's about being authentic, and it's about making sure that you can relate to the audience of who you are. And the only way you can be authentic and relate to the audience of who you are and empower your teams to be able to carry out that mission is by being true to yourself. So I think for me, this starts and ends by being authentic and delivering against what you say is important, which is articulated typically in the vision and mission of an organization.
Very nice, very good. My dear friends, I loved it. I wish I could stay here for much longer, but our time is out. But I'd like to just ask you to sort of make your final remarks, just to sort of, Alain, please go ahead. Yeah, okay, the first in the room. All right. Thank you for the invitation once again, Rodrigo, and congratulations on this organization, and I wish you all the success. And looking from my viewpoint, marketing, everything, or today things are very mixed up. We cannot do one thing in one sense and not on the other. So it's precisely by that what Sarosh brought, our being genuine. And so I think we must have, well, the ethics of each brand, of each company has to have this guidance that is very much based on truth. And it is much easier. And to find this truth, you have to look inside to make a culture diagnosis, to understand what the associates feel every day when they wake up to go to work. What would they like not to be done anymore? What is an undesirable type of culture that we have to abandon and leave it to history? And what should we incorporate? And with that, from inside outwards, we're going to build brands that will communicate in the social media, on TV, on lives, events, all of this. And then I'm going to paraphrase Fred Jelly, who's one of the greatest designers in the world from Rio, Carioca, and elected by the Fast Company as one of the greatest designers in the world. He says, the brand is the ensemble of thousands of pieces of a jigsaw puzzle so that you can communicate, so that the image you have is the clearest and most beautiful within the truth of that brand. When body and soul unite in a brand, this is the image that has to be beautiful. And if you have shades, that we should shed light to the shade so that it's resolved indoors and not outdoors. That's it. I think I have colleagues that speak better than I do. Thank you very much, Alain. Everton. Well, once again, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I congratulate you, the initiative to debate so many diverse topics with healthcare views and such different views. And I think the message for brands is empathy. I think we've talked a lot about that. There's an empathic look to all audiences, and what's a challenge of brands to really understand what is going on, the pains of customers, the internal public, the partners, and adapt not only communication but the business to those pains. I think this is a great evolution of communication and marketing, because we don't only say what the company is, but we influence the business decisions of changing services, products, to adapt to the pains of the various audiences we have to interact with. This will ensure the survival of brands. And I just like to add to culture, as we were talking, a theme and a topic in Brazil, and I'm sure in the US it's quite important, on the diversity and inclusion. How can we ensure that diversity and inclusion come together? It's not enough to have a diverse team to ensure this understanding and this empathic look from inside outwards, and to ensure inclusion so that Black people, LGBTQ plus women have a voice in addition to being inside the organization. We still have a long way to go so that inclusion actually happens. Let me take a quote from Vega Myers from Netflix, but referencing diversity and inclusion, it's not enough to invite to the ball, but you will have to invite to dance all these audiences and minorities. This will ensure an empathic look and the building of a really genuine brand. And once again, thank you very much for the invitation, Rodrigo, and thank you very much, my peers, for the debate. Thank you very much, Everton. I'm going to hand over to Sarosh, and then I'm going to say something on your final remarks. Sarosh, my friend, up to you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Everton. It's been a pleasure being here with all of you and learning from you, and the insights that you've shared are truly amazing. Thank you, Rodrigo, for the invitation. Truly appreciate. I also want to thank everyone that's online right now for your precious time. Time is valuable, and the time that you've taken to share with us today and be with us is truly appreciated. You know, I think my colleagues covered it well, but I'll tell you, for me, it is about the 3 C's, right? Which is culture of an organization is more important now than ever before, because it is important because we are becoming more and more transparent and people are looking for authenticity. Communication, two-way communication is critical. Take feedback from your consumers. They are the ones who will tell you as to what they're looking for. They will guide you, but listen to them and genuinely listen and take action. Don't assume always that you're the experts, right? So that I think that is extremely important. And so culture, communication, and finally, and the foundation of it all is customer centricity or patient centricity. Regardless, in whichever business you are, whatever field you are, make sure that you're there for your customers, you're there for your consumers, because without customers, without consumers, we wouldn't exist. They are instrumental, they are pivotal to our success. So let's not be looking inward, let's be looking outward, and let's focus on what their needs are and develop tools, develop interfaces to be able to get to them in a fashion that they're looking for. You know, digital is very powerful enabler, and it brings great responsibilities. Our client journey is long, so our responsibility is to be present and helpful throughout the process, and do that in a very personal way. So once again, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Sarosh, I thank you. It's been great to have the 3 of you together. Thank you for your time and presence. We are getting to the end of this panel. I'd like to talk about trust very briefly. This connection network, it's actually posting and adding new features every day. So it's here to stay. Next week, we're going to start adding new features. And I'd like to talk about FIS 21 November, 5th year in a row. So the greatest leadership event in Latin America, since we're going to get to, not to get a confusion, we're launching a second event, 2 events together at the same time, from the 8th to 12th November, which will be Simetria. ESG event, the first ESG event in healthcare in Latin America. We're going to talk about all of this that we've discussed here, many cool things. Alan, Everton, Saraj, you are super invited, but stay on. We're going to have Amazon talking about the cloud, Microsoft talking about data, and we're going to have a panel of women only with a person that Alan knows quite well, which is Claudinha. So, my friends, stay safe. Very happy to have you here. And let's move on. Greetings.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença, acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um? Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? Como ser parceiro das empresas, como conversar em mais pessoas. É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASCII. A resposta é saúde.
Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Olá, o IBKL é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Medflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergia com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
O que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica, para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
É uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo EMPREENDEDORISMO, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza de conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte.
I cannot forget to mention that Trust is carrying out a poll for us to know a little bit more about you and for you to receive your certificate for this event. You can access on the address at the corner of your screen. Cristiano Gloria, founding member of IBKL, will talk to Giulio De Angeli, VP of Innovation and Digital Services at AFIA. Just don't forget that our chat box is working. Don't forget and join our ecosystem. And also join our social media, mark us, and use our hashtags KISS21 and KISS Experience. Let us begin. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to one more panel at our Colmeia Innova Summit. I am Cristiano Gloria, and we're here to talk about strategy, innovating to ensure quality education. And we could not start without saying that it is a great honor to participate at the KISS21 event, a very important initiative that will leave a very important mark on our health segment. I want to greet Josier and Rodrigo Villar, the CEOs of the FIS initiative organizing this event. In our panel today, I have the pleasure of having Giulio De Angeli, VP for Innovation and Digital Services at the AFIA Group. Thank you for being with us today, Julio. Thank you, Cristiano. It's a pleasure to talk to all of you here. It is also an honor for me to participate in this event with this wonderful community. So let us enjoy our 30 minutes. Okay, Julio, the purpose of our conversation is to discuss strategy. But before that, I want to say that today, over 30,000 graduation students, many collaborators, over 600 partner hospitals. The AFIA group is new, but it is also very big. So before talking specifically about strategy, I want you to tell us the story of your group. How did it start? Tell us about your journey.
A AFIA é uma fusão.
AFIA is the merger of educacional group with Medição. We made this merger in the beginning of 2019, and we produced a thesis a few years ago. One of the founding members of our company, the Terceira Equity Fund, Crescera Equity Fund, and also belonging to the Esteves family. So the idea of joining a purely technology company with an educational group was to bring focus to a specific area of education, medicine in this case, and also bringing on board technology for the educational process. This also coincided with the company going public in July 2019. So if you want more details about our group's strategy, tomorrow we are holding a very big event for our investors, and we will have 3 hours of discussions on strategy. You can join, and today, we cover the full career of medical students all the way through their profession. So we have 24 medical colleges. Today, we are the largest group of medical education in Brazil, considering the number of students, over 2,300. And we also cover the beginning of their career. We prepare them for their residency tests and their professional tests, and we also provide continued education and postgraduate courses. And by the way, as everybody that has been with us knows, we are also joining the health tech world, because you cannot separate medical education from what happens in the routine, in the medical practice routinely, and its association with technology. So we are quite a large group, as you said. Today, we have approximately 11,000 medical students, 15,000 students for preparatory tests, over 4,000 undergrad students, and with our digital services, we cover over 200,000 professional physicians and students throughout the country. That means 32% of the market. This is AFIA. Very good to see, Julio, that you have such a big track record, that you're big and you're not afraid to be big. And it's very good to know that there is a Brazilian institution that wants to leave its mark. And now let's go on to discuss strategy. You have 14 medical schools and a variety of research centers. What are the indicators that are important in the market to bring an institution to join your group? What do you look for? Well, Cristiano, this market is quite fragmented. Typically, when we think about a college, we think about the institution's potential to mature and to generate revenues in business linked to medicine and health. This is what we look for. Of course, our colleges offer different courses, dentistry, law,
na medicina.
and others,
E quando a gente
but
olha
we
outros
are
ativos
focusing
agora, do ponto de vista de
mostly on
tecnologia,
medicine
de
and health.
softwares
And when
médicos, a
we
gente criou uma
look at
estratégia
all
hoje,
the medical
olhando a jornada médica,
softwares that we
desde
have
ali
in the
da
market, we
consulta,
consider
onde
the
o
journey
médico usa um
since
software para uma decisão
the
clínica,
medical
telemedicina,
visit,
prontuário
where the
eletrônico, a prescrição
physician
médica,
uses some
olhando a
kind of
jornada toda
technology for a
desse
patient
médico ao
report,
longo,
exams,
né, de toda a
etc.,
carreira dele, né, e
and
como isso está sendo
considers
mudado
covers
hoje,
the
né? Mas
whole
basicamente é
career
isso.
and also changes
E
that are
obviamente,
being introduced. So
olha também os
basically,
índices
this
de
is
qualidade
it.
dessas instituições. Mas a gente atua muito forte embarcando a nossa tecnologia e todo o nosso currículo das nossas instituições aqui também para aprimorar e melhorar esse processo
to all our institutions to actually enhance and improve this educational process. You talked about health techs, and we've seen this group in the most recent years being quite aggressive, adding companies to the group, a well-known startup, and it was quite noisy in this area of medical education. I'd like to know about the role of these companies within the group and the strategy of the group. How do you fit these startups in the standpoint of student education and other aspects? Okay.
Olha só, o que a gente considera hoje, né,
What we consider today,
a gente já não se considera uma instituição
we no
de
longer
educação
consider
tradicional, uma empresa de
a
educação
traditional
tradicional.
education business.
E a forma de encaixar uma health
And the
tech
way
no
we
nosso
fit
ecossistema,
a
primeiro,
health tech
é
in
que a
our
gente
ecosystem.
busca serviços
Well,
de alta
first,
reputação.
we
Né? Então, vou dar um
seek
exemplo
high
da
reputation
PebMed, que
services.
tem um
Let me
software
give you an
chamado
example.
Whitebook, que é um software de
PebMed
decisão
that has a
clínica.
software called
Hoje ele é
Whitebook clinical decision.
por mais
Today
de
it's
110
signed
médicos e estudantes de medicina no país.
subscribed
110
by
mil.
over
Né?
110,000
dos
doctors and
formados em
medical students
medicina em
in the country.
2020, eles são
70% of people
assinantes
with
desse
a
serviço.
degree in
Então, o que
medicine
a
in
gente
2020,
faz
they are
aqui,
subscribers of this
Cristiano,
service.
a gente olha,
What we do
e é
here,
isso que
Cristiano,
não nos faz dormir aqui, a gente olha muito para esse novo profissional que está vindo para o mercado. E não adianta você querer dissociar o que está acontecendo no dia a dia dele do processo de aprendizagem. Então, para nós, quando a gente olha esse tipo de mudança no setor, com esses alunos usando mais a tecnologia dessa forma, eu preciso ter essa tecnologia do meu lado. Então, para nós, a gente quer esses serviços fazendo parte do nosso dia a dia aqui, dos nossos alunos. Né? Então, é dessa forma principal que a gente olha. A gente acredita que tem muita informação, né? Se você pensar hoje, outro dado, né? O Whitebook hoje, só no ano passado, aliás, foram 54 milhões de diagnósticos que foram feitos de alguma forma, que foram capturados, né, ao longo do ano de 2020. Isso daí é praticamente cerca de 30 milhões de pacientes que foram atendidos, onde o médico usou um software para o processo de decisão clínica, para diagnóstico e tratamento. Então, isso é uma mudança muito significativa, né, no que está acontecendo com esse profissional. Então, hoje a gente se adequa a isso, né, e o mercado tem que fazer dessa forma, e aí a gente olha e a gente quer trazer essas tecnologias para cá, porque do ponto de vista educacional, a gente tem que ser líder também na forma de entregar esse conteúdo. Né? Então, além de termos a tecnologia educacional, está trazendo para dentro de casa a tecnologia que o médico mais usa também no seu dia a dia. Então, dessa forma que a gente vem usando a tecnologia, trazendo essas startups para cá.
Those startups this way. Very nice. This thing about the journey I'm speaking about medical school students, their journey, I think it would be interesting to talk about a study that I've seen recently on the profile of Brazilian medical doctors. There's something that caught me by surprise, which is the fact that the great majority of medical school students that get a degree today do not follow on to residency. So they don't seek residency immediately after graduation. And some years ago, it was exactly the opposite. 90% would go to residency. So the study says the following. So doctors, new grads, so rather than going to residency, getting more specialization, they want to have faster specialization. They seek courses, prep courses, graduate studies, so that they don't have the continuity of their training, does not impact their income generation. So they're at a great marketplace seeking institutions that are going to help them in this process. So I want to do this, specialize in this, I want to seek that. So I understand that ARIA group is attentive to that, to take part in their journey after graduation.
Cristiano, o ponto não é nem a mudança
do próprio,
da consciência aí do aluno. É que não tem vaga de residência para todo mundo que está se formando. Daqui 2 anos a gente vai ter, 2 ou 3 anos a gente vai ter 35 mil alunos se formando em medicina, para cerca de 14 mil vagas de residência na entrada no R1. Então, assim, não vai ter espaço para residência. Então, o formando de medicina, ele nem tem alternativa.
Bachelors in medicine have no alternative. So this is the total of vacancies that we have for residency. So many of them are not very much
o aluno ele tem uma ansiedade,
so actually students have this anxiety
já se formando,
start making money as soon as they get their degree,
especially para quem estuda medicina. Mas esse é o grande problema.
We know the journey is tough for those who study medicine, so that's
outro dado também que é legal, tem muito
fact that there won't be space for everyone. So we need to have alternatives. So many students getting a degree in medicine, seeking entrepreneurship, moving away somehow from medicine, and moving towards
na saúde de alguma forma com
enterprising in healthcare with the knowledge that they have acquired. So it's a quite different scenario or landscape that we have to come. Very nice. So we're talking about scenarios, the profile of bachelors or new grads. When we talk about these people, the charts show that it's a gigantic number. 11 states were present in Brazil with this mission of bringing quality, bringing innovation, with the mission of bringing technology. How can you, I don't know if this is the best term, standardize this message throughout the business units you have?
Essa pergunta é super importante e eu diria para você que isso talvez seja uma das grandes competências que a companhia tem, tá, Cristiano? Porque
skills that we have in our
o negócio de medicina, ou você tem qualidade ou você não tem.
The business of medicine, either you
para
have
nós aqui,
quality
se
or
você olhar
not.
os
So
6
to
valores
us,
da companhia, um
so
deles
if you
é
look at the
qualidade.
6 values
E como eu
of the
disse, quando a
campus,
gente
the company,
busca os
one of them is
serviços
quality. So as I said,
aqui
we
para a
seek
companhia, são
services.
sempre serviços de alta reputação, etc.
When we seek services for the
Como
company,
que a
they
gente
are
faz?
high
Então,
reputation services,
algumas
and what
coisas,
do you
né?
do?
Tem algumas formas de fazer isso. Primeiro, como a gente tem
There are some ways of doing that. First, since we have a very large group,
olha
coordination
principalmente o
of
nosso
medicine
currículo,
that
então a nossa
looks
grade
especially our
curricular,
curriculum.
ela é uma
So
grade
our
única que a gente
syllabus
usa
is
para
a
todas as
single
nossas
syllabus that we
instituições. Então, à
use
medida
for
que a gente
all
vai
our
adquirindo uma
institutions. So
instituição,
as we
a gente vem
acquire
trazendo essa
a new
grade que ela é
institution, we bring the syllabus that is actually standardized. That is the term we use,
padronizada
and
de uma forma que hoje, por exemplo, a gente
in a
garante
way that today, for example, we
todas as nossas
ensure
instituições o que a gente chama de semana padrão
as
aqui
in
de
all
ensino.
our
Então,
institutions, so we
ele
call
tem, o aluno está
standard week
estudando no Paraná, vamos dizer ali em Pato Branco, onde a gente tem
learning.
uma faculdade, e em
So
Teresina,
the
ele
students
está numa
studying in
semana
the state of
específica, onde
Paraná,
aquela
the
semana
south of
tem
Brazil, in
objetivo de
Teresina, in
aprendizagem,
Novo Brazil.
e
So
tanto
they
os
have
alunos
that
daqui
week
quanto os de
with
lá estão
learning
tendo,
goals,
estão
both
dentro do
students
mesmo
here and there.
objetivo de
They follow
aprendizagem
same learning goals
que ele está.
For that period
Dessa
they are
forma,
at.
a gente
So in
consegue,
this way,
organizar
we are able
tudo isso.
to obviously organize.
De outro lado, como a gente embarca muita
On the other
tecnologia
hand,
hoje, o
since
processo que a
we
gente
have a
usa
lot of
aqui, através
technology
de
on
metodologia
board,
ativa,
the process
a
that we
gente
use
faz
through active
teste e assessment
methodology,
dos nossos
we run
alunos
tests
praticamente de
and
forma
we
diária,
evaluate our
principalmente usando a
students
tecnologia.
practically daily,
Então, é
especially
muito
using
interessante
technology.
porque o
So it is
professor
very
que está numa
interesting
faculdade
because
hoje aqui, vamos dizer, de Pato
a
Branco, ele está avaliando
professor
os
in
alunos aqui.
a medical
O
school
professor
today in Pato
de
Branco,
Teresina também está
Paraná, is
fazendo a mesma coisa.
evaluating the
E essa
students here,
informação
and
ela
the
vai
professor
toda
in
num
Teresina is
bolsão
doing
onde a
the
gente
same thing.
consegue,
And all the information
inclusive,
goes to
identificar como esses
a
alunos
bucket,
estão
and
evoluindo,
where
quais
we
são
can
as
identify how
onde
the
é que estão
students
os
are
gaps de
evolving,
aprendizagem,
where
e a gente
are the
consegue
differences, where
usar
are the
aquelas
learning gaps,
instituições
and we
onde os
can
alunos estão
use those
evoluindo melhor, por
institutions where
exemplo,
students are
como
evolving
benchmark para
in a
fazer
better way as a
uma
benchmark
retroalimentação do
to
sistema,
actually
e ele próprio
retrofit
se
or provide
ajusta,
feedback to the
sempre buscando
system,
aumentar
and it will be
a
adjusted
régua, né?
always
Então,
seeking
dessa forma a
to
gente
raise the
consegue
bar.
fazer,
In
garantir a
such a
padronização,
way,
porque a
we are able
padronização
to
ela realmente
ensure
ela te traz
standardization,
a
because
vantagem,
standardization
né,
brings
de
you the
você olhar
advantage of
aquilo ali, o que
your
está sendo
looking
transmitido,
at
e
that
garantir que você, através de
that is
índices e
being
indicadores que a gente tem aqui, de
aired
consumo de
through
conteúdo,
indicators
de
that we
evolução
have in
desses
terms of
alunos, notas
content
dos professores,
consumption,
isso tudo a gente
scores
tem,
of
obviamente, dentro de
teachers
cada
and
instituição, a gente
students,
tem
and obviously
coordenação
we
de
have within
medicina,
each
que se liga num
institution,
grupo
we have
maior, de
medical
coordenação, e
coordination
esses
linked to a
grupos se
larger
reúnem
coordination
praticamente de
group,
forma
and these
mensal
groups
para
meet
fazer essa
practically
evolução
monthly
desse conteúdo,
to
né, e desse currículo.
evolve
E outra forma também,
the
Cristiano, como eu estava
content
dizendo a
and
você,
the
hoje,
curriculum.
do ponto de vista
And
de
as I was
conteúdo,
telling
tudo aqui é
you,
muito vivo,
from the
né? A
standpoint of
medicina,
content,
né, eu me atrevo a
everything
dizer que
here
foi
is
a área
very
que mais mudou
alive.
ano passado, né,
Medicine,
com a pandemia.
I would say, is
E
the
se a
area
gente
that
não
most
consegue
changed
trazer
last year
o que
with the
está
pandemic.
acontecendo
And if we cannot bring
ali
what
no
is
ponto de
happening
atendimento para dentro da
to
sala de aula,
the front line, to the
já o
care
conteúdo já
point,
está
to
desatualizado,
the
né? Então,
classroom, the
mais
content
uma
will
vez,
be
importante quando eu te
updated.
digo, né,
So
sobre a
once again, it
tecnologia,
is important
a gente está
when I tell
caminhando
you
agora
about
para que a
technology.
gente traga
We
esse
are
conteúdo
moving
quase que de
towards
forma real
to
time, né, do que
bringing
acontece
this
lá na
content
ponta
almost in
para
a
dentro da
real
sala de
time
aula, para que
way,
esses
what
conteúdos
happens
sejam mais
at the very
atualizados
end of
possível,
the classroom, so
usando
that the
as
content
tecnologias
can
que
be
esses
as
alunos já
updated
usam.
as
A gente não
possible.
chegou lá ainda,
Using
né?
technology
Mas
that
esse é o
students
nosso
already
roadmap.
use. We are
Então,
not there yet. This is
a
our
forma de
roadmap.
garantir qualidade, ela sempre
So
tem
the way of
tem que
ensuring
ser assim. A gente
quality
consegue usar a
is
escala do
that
grupo
one. So we
através de
can
uma
use
coordenação
the group
central
scale
que
through
está
central
sempre olhando a
coordination
ponta
that
e
is always
olhando
looking
como
at
isso,
the
esse
very end
ecossistema todo,
and
né, de
how the whole
parcerias que nós temos com as
ecosystem
instituições
and partnerships we have with
hospitalares,
institutions,
enfim,
hospital
clínicas, né, porque
institutions,
a medicina,
clinics,
ela,
etc.
diferente
Because
de muitos
medicine,
cursos, ela demanda muita
like
prática,
many
né?
courses, it
Então,
demands a lot
a
of
gente
practice.
consegue trazer tudo isso, né?
So we
E é
can
legal
bring
que tem
all of
fluxo,
this
né? Porque como a
to
gente
it.
olha a
So it's
carreira
good
toda
because
do
it
médico,
flows.
eu
Since
consigo,
when
por
we look
exemplo,
at
hoje a gente
the
atua
doctors
em mais de
year,
20
today we act in over
especialidades na
20
pós-graduação. Hoje, o time de
specialties in
pós-graduação
graduate
médica já
studies.
está
And
integrado numa
today, the
coordenação
medical
central
graduate
e a gente
studies team is
consegue,
linked
dessa
to a
forma
central
também, trazer as
coordination
informações
team,
mais
and we can
atualizadas
actually
também
share
do
most
lado
updated
mais
information also
especialista para
on the
dentro das
most
nossas salas de aula.
specialized
Então,
size
de
into
uma
our
forma bem
classrooms. So
resumida, é
in
isso
a
que a gente
very
faz.
summarized way, this is what we do. So it's interesting for you to think about so many people, so much technology, how you coordinate it. So it's nice that we talked about software, technology, and teaching methods, etc., from the standpoint of the professors, faculty. How do you work with the faculty to move these missions, these values, and to be connected to all the moves that you have?
Nesse ponto, Cristiano,
So on this
o treinamento
point, Cristiano,
desses,
the training
de todos esses
of
professores também vem da mesma forma, né? A gente hoje, com um grupo tão grande e com a tecnologia que a gente embarca, a gente treina esses professores sempre nessa metodologia padronizada, né? Então, mais uma vez,
professors
como a
in
gente
this
já tem um currículo todo
standardized
organizado,
methodology.
os
Since we have
objetivos de
the
aprendizagem
curriculum all
organizados,
organized
esses
and learning
professores eles
goals
conseguem
all
receber quase que um kit, né,
organized,
que ele vai
professors
utilizar
receive a
para
kit
aquela
that
semana.
they are
Então, por
going
exemplo, o
to
caso
use that
clínico
week.
que ele vai analisar daquela
So the
semana
clinical
é um caso
case that they're
clínico
going
que já
to
é um
analyze
caso clínico que a
that
gente tem
week is a
padronizado.
clinical case
E
that we
ele
have
hoje, né, do
standardized.
ponto de vista até de produção
And
de conteúdo
today,
digital, a gente
from the
produz hoje
standpoint of
quase que
digital
20 mil objetos
content,
de aprendizagem
we
por ano,
produce
né, que
20
eles são
learning
utilizados
objects per
nas
year,
mais diversas
and they are used in the most
etapas de aprendizagem desses
diverse
alunos, né?
stages of
Então,
learning
o time
these
hoje de
students.
conteúdo que a gente usa
And
para
the content that
suprir
we use to
as demandas desses
supply
professores, eles não só
to
estão
meet the
produzindo
demands
o
of
conteúdo que vai
those
ser dado para o
professors,
aluno, mas ao
not
mesmo
only are
tempo também tem
they
o time que faz
using
a preparação para que esse
that content,
professor
but we have a team
possa usar
that prepares
da
the
melhor forma lá na
professors
ponta. E mais uma vez,
so
né,
that they
mas
can use the
a
best
gente
way
consegue usar a
possible at the
tecnologia
very
para que
end.
essa
We
informação
can
chegue da melhor
use
forma para esse professor,
technology
ele
so that
traduza
information
isso em
can get
melhores
to
práticas e a
the
gente faz a
professor in the best
avaliação
way
dele,
possible.
como eu
They
disse,
translate
né?
in best
Não só o
practices
aluno, a gente
and
faz
we
o assessment
evaluate
do
them,
aluno,
not
mas a
only
avaliação do
students,
próprio mestre,
but we
e dessa forma ele
evaluate
recebe
them
também feedback da
professor,
coordenação. Então isso é
master, and they get
motor
feedback from coordination.
para que a
This
gente
is
consegue
an engine so
utilizar aqui para
that we
garantir
can
que está chegando a
use
melhor
here to
informação
ensure that we're
lá na
getting the
ponta, até nas
best
nossas
information
faculdades, que a grande
possible
maioria
at
está
the
lá, né,
very
no Norte e
end.
no Nordeste.
In our schools, most of them are in the north and northeast of Brazil. Listening to you, Julio, I keep thinking of a word in my mind that is called culture. We have a panel with us, which was building brands within the digital world. And a constant theme was cultural aspects. So the brand has to obviously share with the market internal culture of the company. The brand and culture are sides of the same coin. If you don't have a brand that is in agreement with the company culture, at some point somebody will denounce that. So you have a capillarity that is great. You're talking about centralized management. So in different places there are. So have you had some cultural shock to ensure totality of teaching? How have you worked with these questions? Júlio? I don't know if Julio is here with us. We've lost Julio. Julio's back. Sorry.
Perdão, pessoal.
Sorry.
Estou aqui, enfim. Vamos lá. Você tinha me perguntado sobre o impacto, né? Enfim, com todo esse arsenal, esse grande, ecossistema que a gente tem aqui. Não, sem dúvida, do ponto de vista de
we have this very big ecosystem, and no doubt,
muito duro, né?
This was a very difficult year with regards to culture. And in all educational institutions, teachers had to turn to the virtual environment. We had to do it in a period of 7 days only. So I think that this was ultimately beneficial for everyone. And if we are to talk about the benefits of the pandemic, this was one of them, for sure.
Trabalho com educação online desde 2000.
We work with online education for a long time. And we witnessed the bringing down of paradigms. We work with education, and we know how hard it is to deal with technology. We feel threatened by it. But we saw that teachers, no matter their attitude, and they were quite brave in facing this new environment. So thinking about education,
educação para mim é educação. Só que ela pode ser mediada por tecnologia. Um quadro negro é tecnologia.
We see that
uma videoaula, Zoom, sei lá, é uma tecnologia.
Zoom
3D
and
é tecnologia, mas educação é educação.
Other platforms are pure technology, but we have to deal with education besides all the technology. So professors are facing technology as the road through which they are beginning to walk in the providing of education. And therefore, we are now in 2030, considering all the breakthroughs and progress that was accelerated during the pandemic. Another comment is that we are a company that does surveys every year on the environment, on our environment and climate. And at the end of the poll, we usually ask all the participants, respondents, to summarize in one word what the company represents. So we produced that cloud, the word cloud, and we were very happy to see that the largest word was innovation in the cloud. So I am saying that because the greatest challenge for companies in the educational segment, in all segments actually, but mostly in education, is to use moments like these to innovate the way we work. I think we were very fortunate in this sense. We had a very difficult year and a half, but we learned so much. And we progressed and evolved so much. I fully agree with you. We do talk a lot with people that are linked to education, and the pandemic actually did bring about this technological acceleration. I remember my father used to say that the greatest technological advance occurred during the wars, the world wars. Pandemic has forced institutions and people to adjust to technologies. So when you say that we are it's as if we were now in 2030, it's true. Things were beginning to happen before the pandemic. We knew the changes would be adopted, but the pandemic forced us to jump into them. So this was very good, and I hope that we have even more progress and acceleration. I also think that this moment must have helped you in terms of standardizing and monitoring all the units you have spread out through the country. When we talk about strategy and quality of education, there are so many variables. We talk about culture, technology, professors, values, company values. But we could talk about this for hours, of course, but we only had 30 minutes. So I want to thank you for the time you dedicated to us. Congratulations to you and to the AFIA group. Thank you.
Também, Cristiano. Obrigado.
Thank you, Cristiano. Thank you to Josier for the invitation and Rodrigo. It's a very positive initiative. The FIS initiative has organized a great event. I see wonderful people here. And let's go forward. We are in the area of education and we have to keep up to date. And for sure, I will watch some of the sessions.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o QIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o QIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o QIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente
Now let us go to our third Beehive session with Pierre Lucena, President of Porto Digital, Denise Santos, CEO of the São Paulo Beneficência Portuguesa, and Thomas White from Engenheira Capital, with innovative solutions being presented by our startups. And please don't forget to post and comment in our Instagram and social media, YouTube, and also comment on our hashtags. Good morning or good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that Thomas and Denise can hear me. I am Pierre, CEO of Porto Digital, a technological hub established in the city of Recife in the northeast of Brazil. We have 349 companies, over 3,000 collaborators, and almost 3 billion reais in revenues. And we have been functioning for some years, and different from other hubs, we are an open area in the city. And today, I would like to introduce Thomas Bittar, co-founder of Indicator Capital, and Denise, CEO of São Paulo's Beneficência Portuguesa Hospital. And by the way, Denise, I was born at that hospital, Beneficência Portuguesa. So I am from the Northeast with this accent, but I am from São Paulo. So good afternoon to all of you. Just to explain the dynamics of our panel, we will have a 5-minute presentation for each startup, beginning with Med Solutions. We have Aquila, Claudia, Sync, and Sleep Up. So we have 5 minutes for each startup's presentations. And then after each presentation, 5 minutes for questions from our two debaters, Denise and Thomas. And besides these questions, we will also receive questions from the participants that will be forwarded to me. And I want to thank the FIS initiative for inviting me to this event. Very good to see everybody without a mask, but of course, not all of them. And we have the first startup. It's a junior company, Med Solutions. Leonardo, co-founder, is the marketing director. Leonardo, you have the floor, and there's a timer on the screen. Please keep to your time. You have the floor. Hello, I am Leonardo Alves. I am presenting Med Solutions to you. Good afternoon. I am Leonardo, and I am here to introduce Med Solutions. Med Solution Junior is a junior company at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. And to present the company, I would like to, first of all, tell you the story of a medical professor who saw a difference between what he studied in the university with the professional market. He noticed that it was as if he was being prepared for war without receiving the necessary weapons, making an analogy, and therefore he would have no chance for victory. And he was referring not to technical knowledge, because we know that medical students at the end of their studying period are very well prepared, but they did lack certain skills for their professional routine. Skills involving technologies and also soft skills. This student noticed that he could help other medical students and new professionals to see the new reality of the medical market. So among several experiences and conversations, he realized that most of his colleagues did not even realize that this problem would exist. So he began to question whether it did exist. So he began to notice that everything in his life was very difficult and complicated, and that he would feel a lot of stress to adjust to the market, and therefore he needed a solution. After some time, he took on to himself the mission of opening people's eyes, professionals, students, about everything that I have described to you now. He knew it would be very hard, this task of opening people's eyes, but the medical course is also very difficult. So he knew that alone this would not be sustainable. But by talking to many colleagues and young professionals, he met some people that had the same perspective that he had. And he understood that with this team united, he would be able to bring about change. He also found other professors in the medical course that decided to join him. And they created this disruptive ecosystem in the medical school in which students would be able to develop a new vision of the medical market. So this is the idea, to see a new vision of the medical course and of the medical market, and so that they could get together to promote ideas and solutions by means of products, projects, and also simply by disseminating these ideas. It was a blue ocean filled with opportunities. And that is how Med Solutions Junior was founded in the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, the first in its state and also in the region. We are connected to the junior companies movement, which is formed by students, medical professionals who are tutors and mentors, and it is a nonprofit group. And the purpose is to create impact for students, for medical professionals, and consequently for the health system as a whole. But especially keeping focus on the patient's well-being and quality of life. Med Solutions proposes to be exactly that, to bring a world of opportunities by gathering people. And today, we promote solutions in marketing, technology, and health management. We work with doctors, digital positioning. We help them with technologies and systems, and we bring together medical students and IT students, for instance, and also practice in the management of clinics. And we know that there is not only one road to change medicine together, but we do need lots of people. This is why we expand our contacts through these social media. Thank you. Thank you, Leonardo, for your 5-minute pitch. It's the first time I see a junior company in the area of medicine. I am also a professor at the Federal University, but I'm a professor at the Pernambuco Federal University. So congratulations for your work. Dr. Denise?
Parabéns, Leonardo. É uma pergunta rápida, a gente tem pouco tempo.
Congratulations. Leonardo, when you talk about gathering several people to create many ideas, how do you do the curatorship of your ideas? Great question. Actually, we bring together medical students, which are somewhat outside of the curve. For some reason or another, we also bring design and IT students, and the curatorship is done by our tutors, professionals, and also health professionals from the market. And we connect to these people through innovation forums, and that is how we work. Thomas. Congratulations, Leonardo, a pleasure to meet you. How does the model work? Can you hear me okay? How do you see, or do you have a design of the monetization model? I understand the impact. So the first question is that I know you are nonprofit, but together with this, even not being for profit, you need to have a business model. So where does your revenue come from? Who are your clients? Who will pay your company so that it is sustainable, even though not profitable? Actually, yes, I understand. Thank you. Actually, a junior company has to comply with a law which says that we cannot have profits, but this enables us, nevertheless, to charge for our products. So if we provide a marketing service for a health professional, for example, a physician, and therefore we receive these payments, but we don't keep them in cash. We have to reinvest them in educational purposes. So if somebody discovered that there is an interesting thing to do at the Recife Technological Port and Hub, for example, then we can invest to go there. And the major aim is that the students in the junior company can acquire a entrepreneurial experience and knowledge, because we don't come even close to that during our medical course. Many times we graduate and we want to open clinics and practices, and we don't know anything about the market and the commercial aspect. So we connect these ends. Thank you.
Dá tempo de mais uma pergunta? Rapidinho. Nesse sentido de como é que
One more
vocês
question.
se tornarem mais conhecidos
How do
na
you
universidade?
think you can become better known? Inside the university, it's easy, but in the larger community,
Marketplace de conhecimento para mais. Como é que vocês pretendem se tornar?
how do you intend, if you intend to become like a marketplace of knowledge, how do you want to expand and appear more? Actually, in the beginning of the pandemic, there was a case. We had an event on innovation and medicine. We brought together several physicians that were being quite successful in the market, and we were able to bring physicians not only from Brazil, but also Argentina, Paraguay, and through the web, we are able to disseminate the Med Solutions brand and this diverse vision we have. Great.
Great. Leonardo, congratulations. All the best in your junior company and in the accelerator. But then when you finish working in this junior company, go study to become a medical doctor. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Well, the next company is Rodrigo, CEO of Aquila or Aquila? How do we pronounce it? Aquila. Aquila Medical Innovations. Great. Okay, so let's start counting. You can go with your pitch. Yeah, my presentation is here on the screen. I can see it. Here we go. Well, we can go on. Let me give you a brief intro. I am the CEO and founder, together with Fernando Peixoto. Aquila is an American company. I live in the United States. It was founded here, and we are co-founders. We're Brazilian co-founders. And what we're actually doing is solving a problem that we have for decades now in radiology, which has to do with the quality, efficiency, and medical burnout of the radiologist. So what's the situation in radiology? This is an extremely tiring and very stressful specialty because the radiologist is sitting for hours on end in front of a desktop, analyzing images in black and white. And this is really very, very stressful, and it affects the efficiency and the quality of the service provided by the medical doctors. So a lot of people have tried to solve this problem, but due to a lack of technology, it wasn't possible. So what are we doing here? I know these figures by heart. So for you to understand the size of this problem, there have been out of 2 million new breast cancer diagnoses, 627,000 women died of breast cancer in 2018. Just give me a moment here. I'm checking my time. So 28% of missed cancer in screening, and 90% of screening mammograms are normal. So only 10% are responsible for the rest. How can this be? So 97% is the survival rate for early detection within 1 year. And there's something called double reading, and Dr. Denise, probably she knows, I don't know what her specialty is, but we have 10% in detection in breast cancer.
Rodrigo?
Next, please. So this solution actually is an end-to-end solution. Sorry, there is a delay in the communication. Yeah, my time is running. Okay, so it's an end-to-end solution. It's a GI solution from image acquisition, image control, right positioning of the breast for the technique with a top quality first reader decision support, and with a double reading system implemented in the clinic that was not possible before due to costs, and ultimately increasing productivity and providing the best state-of-the-art possibilities. So one business case in Barretos, which is a city in Brazil, 3,000 tests, 3,000 mammograms per day. They're reading 15% of the workload because of the discrepancy between the machine and the radiologist. Our partners are scattered around the world, centers of excellence with a database, and we are fine-tuning our algorithm. We're always training with our users, which are these 4 users: Mama Imagine, the Santa Catarina Hospital, and the other 2 partners scattered around the world. So what about the market? Look at the size of global market, 2.4 billion mammograms, and with some estimates of women that perform mammograms in the world, 1.17 billion. So which are our competitors? Obviously, there are competitors around the world. There are 7 competitors, 3 general medicine, and the rest 4 are specialists in breast. What's our edge? We are specialized in breast, and we are creating a solution for our, not only for the radiologist, but for the whole clinic in all of the stages, leveraging the clinic's efficiency. And it is an essential tool for the radiologist. Which is our business model? Well, it's our SaaS, monthly contract pricing model. And we have sales packages for large and small clinics. This is the team. So myself and Fernando are the co-founders. Fernando, he is the founder of Pixel, which is a company based in Salvador. And we have Dr. Aaron Deller, a specialist in radiology. That's it. I think I ran, but it's difficult to put everything in 5 minutes. Rodrigo, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Denise, would you like to make a comment?
Então, vamos corrigir, eu não sou doutora, tá, gente? Eu sou engenheira.
I'm not a medical doctor. I'm an engineer. People say doctor, but I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a doctor in engineering. No, I'm not a medical. I thought you were a doctor. No, I'm not. But no problem. I don't mind. Okay, so you talked about competition, and what's we have talked about AI and machine learning. I assume that in order to have the provision of this service, you need to train your radiologist in the use of the machine. So this would restrict user base. Just give me a minute here. How do you connect your machine to any system available in the radiology department in a hospital? Our database has 2 million images with the partners that I showed on screen. And what did we do? We did a generic training with that, and then we set up in each of these 4 customers, we partnered with them, and they generate blueprints. Every time the machine makes a mistake, they correct, quote unquote, the machine. We have a breast specialist, and we train according to the mistake in the images. So based on their daily images taken with these radiologists, we create a generic model. But from that generic model on, we fine-tune our model, and there is a new algorithm released on a monthly basis. All competitors, and you probably know this, we're far from what we should be, but we need a lot of data. But how do we add value today with something that we have? Well, it is a second reading program, which is what is really giving us the edge. If you compare man and machine, this combo is much better than man alone. So this is our algorithm. And the second question, what was the question, sorry?
Se o seu sistema conecta tranquilamente com qualquer sistema.
Does your system connect with any system at any hospital? No. And actually, we connect with PAX and the system. Our system supports the radiologist, but it is not used for anything else. So the radiologist uses his own pieces of equipment, and we support him. Congratulations, Rodrigo. Congratulations. Your presentation was great. Excellent material. I am at Fundo 2, and we are very much interested in everything that you're doing, actually. And this also deals with equipment. So my question, and both questions actually, are the following. Does your solution use equipment, of course, you have your own X-ray machines. But in order to invest, do you have an Internet of Things equipment, IoT equipment? And as far as imaging is concerned and radiology, there is a lot of potential. So we're looking at all the opportunities just in order for you to know. And let me know if there's anything along these lines in your roadmap. And the more objective question, what about your turnover? How are you doing on KPIs and profit? Well, I'll start by the second one. We have 4 users, one client and another one, and actually 6. Last week, we started conversations with other partners. I talked with Carol Lacombe, and we can even get together and talk about this. What is it that we have? Everybody that you saw in the team is working due to our impact, innovation, and we're investing in equity. We have 3 full-time equity specialists, but we can't talk about revenue yet. I don't have an answer as far as equipment is concerned. Our current roadmap does not include hardware. Our platform is the platform that I showed with all the stages in clinical service provision. Of course, it is connected with other pieces of equipment, but we do not build any type of equipments. I'm really looking forward to having a private chat with you later on, and please contact us. Yes, thank you. We would love this. Thank you, Rodrigo, for your participation. Congratulations once again. Our next pitch is Claudia with Felipe. Felipe Miranda with Claudia. Welcome. 5 minutes, Felipe. Okay, great. Thank you. Well, my name is Felipe. I'm CEO and co-founder of Claudia, which is an all-power chat box. Claudia was invented to think about patients when they need to book their appointments, which is, I remember when I used to call after 7 p.m. and there was nobody there. So we launched this company and we realized that booking an appointment is also difficult on the other end, the service provider, the clinic, and it is expensive. So to have an infrastructure to provide a service around the clock is very expensive. And we also realized that, as we always know, clients want to have more patients, but there is a high rate of no-shows, as we all know. A survey published some time ago analyzed customer service complaints, and 96% of complaints were related to service. Only 4% dealt with the medical service itself. And our system shows that 66% of our bookings are after working hours. So Claudia will solve these problems for you. Claudia is a chatbot that gives you instantaneous communication with your apps, that is WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, and website. And Claudia provides immediate service with AI, answers patients' FAQs. Claudia books your appointment, reminds you of your appointment, so the no-show problem is solved with these reminders. And then, after the service, you can assess the service that was provided. Not only that specific service, but the content of the medical service provided. If you go to the dentist or to the physician, the patient can give feedback. We organize all the information in a dashboard. So at the other end, in the clinic, everything is simple and easy to understand. And we integrate management, hospital or clinical specialties management softwares or dentistry clinic models. And our business model is SaaS. It's a monthly fee. There is a setup rate. And our market is a giant market in Brazil. There are 4.8 billion appointments per year that are booked by each patient. 800 million by the patient and 115 booked online. So we see that there's a lot of room for growth in this market. More than 1,000 clients use Claudia. Medical clinics, hospitals, labs, dentistry offices, and we even have a project with the government of the state of São Paulo in a competition called Pitch 9. And what about traction? We see on screen that as of January 2017, which is our recurrent monthly revenue, and what are the accumulated numbers in impact? Well, up until January 2020, we served 1.35 million patients and 323,000 appointments booked by the system. And in this last year and 4 months, our figures grew. 4,700,000 patients served and more than 1 million appointments. Our team has professionals from different areas. Marketing, sales, technology, business, support, customer service. We are 19 professionals that are responsible for Claudia, our virtual bootbot. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention. Great pitch. Well, your figures are amazing. With so much growth, working in all of the states in Brazil.
Oi, Felipe, tudo bem?
Great, Felipe. How are you doing? This was a fantastic presentation. Claudia is a system, an app used exclusively for appointments.
É correto meu entendimento?
No, Denise, it's not only for appointments. It is an app to provide an automatic appointment system. I mean, it's not a technical appointment that can clarify doubts, etc. I'm sorry, there's a delay here. I didn't get you.
Pode continuar.
No, you can go on. In general terms, it's an automated appointment system. Felipe, give me an example. If you need to automate a service, and if, for instance, you need the second copy of whatever you might need or the payment slip. So the main value that you add for the service is, yes, the appointment, because 66% of appointments are done from 9 to 6, and Claudia cannot really do other things other than that. I mean, Claudia is a chatbot that will help customers book their appointments, but it's not exclusively that. Did I clarify? Thomas? Congratulations. Great presentation. And your figures are amazing. Could you tell us a little bit more about your current revenue and how are your figures doing? What about next year's figures? Do you have any figures? And what about your pitch? Are you looking for other investors? How are you doing with that? Thank you. Well, Pierre, we started talking with certain funds, and yes, maybe. No, it's Thomas, actually. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. My bad. Okay, Thomas. Okay, so, well, I mean, I know your names, but I'm confused here. So, Thomas, what we're doing here is... Thank you for your comprehension. Well, we're talking with some funds now. And what we're doing here is try to understand what's the need, the funding need of the company. You asked about the future. Let me tell you about the past. In 2020, we tripled our turnover. And we're also doubled our yearly figures. So for this year, 2021, these were the forecast. We wanted to triple our turnover. We wanted to triple our results one more time. But this is a very challenging year with the pandemic, with this new wave. A lot of our customers really suffered. And if you look at the chart and the turnover, there have been some drops and some clinical practices that were that closed. We wanted to triple our turnover, but I think that we will only double our turnover. So, and the first question, the size. There are 1,070 customers, and we're growing strong. We're going strong. You can take a look at our website and look at the plans and see how we're doing on a monthly basis. Great. Thomas, I don't know if I answered all of your concerns. I don't want to say what is the actual turnover. We have more than 1,000 customers, and they all pay? Okay, don't worry, no problem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We can talk later if you want to. I can talk to you in private. Great. Thank you. Best of luck with Claudia.
So let's go on to the next startup, CoreSync. Raul Macedo will explain to us what it is about. Hello, Pierre. Thank you very much for the opportunity to all of you. I will try to present this as best as possible. So, my name is Raul. I am founder and CEO of CoreSync. We are a solution for rapid and efficient diagnosis of AIM and for emergency hospital treatment. So AIMs are the main cause of death in the world. We are seeing the COVID now. Infarctions kill 3 pandemics a year in the world, and we're here to try to change the situation. And the biggest issue is that the diagnosis has a bias. We have the false positives, which is the most common for diagnosing if the person had acute myocardial infarct. The ECG produces alterations that suggest false positive results. And therefore, we many times treat patients that are healthy, representing unnecessary costs for the health system. On the other hand, there are many heart attacks that do not show very clearly on the ECG, and therefore they produce false negative results. And with false negatives, you can have somebody dying for lack of treatment. Now, considering diagnosis today, the main starting point is the ECG, but there is also a blood test that is very important, which is troponin. And this is a lab test, but it takes too long to be carried out, and that is more than 1 hour. So today we have this idea that the heart attacks happen suddenly. People are walking down the street and suddenly they fall dead. But this does happen, but 50% of the infarctions occur inside hospitals. So what can we do to save these lives that are already there in the institution, simply depending on a proper diagnosis? CoreSync developed a solution for this problem. It is a small device to test the troponin levels in the hospital environment. We have a test that is done in the screening or emergency sections of the hospital. It does not require a laboratory procedure, and it is a sample of the total blood with the same precision of the lab tests, and only in 8 minutes with a proven technology. So the blood is collected in a small receptacle or a collector that receives the total blood, which reads this small collector and produces the result. So it presents the result on the screen, and it is also linked through the internet to a computer screen. Our AI matches the data with the patient data and produces the result. And with this, we improve the patient's journey. And we also deliver this in a very innovative way to the hospitals. So the device has no cost. It is simply leased by the institution, and the test is paid for by the patient. We have different classes of prices according to the hospitals. And we have a market of over 1 million tests in almost 8,000 hospitals. And this represents a market of over 170 million a year. One of the highlights comparing to our competitors is precision and time. And my time is over. Unfortunately, I was not able to complete my presentation. I'm used to passing my own slides, but I offer to talk to you in private later if you wish. Thank you, Raul. We were able to understand your business quite well. I do have a question, but let's hear Denise's first. Raul, thank you. I have many questions. First of all, do you have this product available? Oh, yes, it's being, it's under the authorization of the Anvisa health regulator is in progress. We're carrying out tests. And what is the best market? Or your partners? We have a partner which is still confidential, major corporation in the state of Paraná, who already has the scale capacity and all the proper permits and registrations at Anvisa. Okay. Thank you, Denise. Oh, actually, about that, I'm sorry. If I could complete my answer about Anvisa, it is important to mention that I am a biomedical engineer. This project was part of my master's thesis, and I've worked for 7 years with medical equipment. We already have certified over 15 different devices and pieces of equipment, and we know how to do the process for other people, and now we're doing it for our own. Thomas, congratulations. Just to inform you, I have a fund that I am about to announce at Indicator Capital, which is focused on IoT, Internet of Things. So it's one of the pillars of IoT in Brazil. So your product is very interesting, and I believe it has a great potential. Congratulations. Now, my first question, very briefly, you said you already have a patent. Is it for Brazil or global? Our patent we have filed for patent in Brazil, and we have global priority for 2 years. So by the second semester of 2022, we will be filing for the global patent. Good, this is very important. I think that this is my main question. And if I could ask you a second question, I wanted to hear some more about your team. Okay, you have 2 minutes. Perfectly. Thank you, Thomas. So our team is currently made up of 4 founders. I am the CEO. We have Paulo, our CTO, who is a mechatronic engineer. He worked with me for 7 years with the other medical equipment. Alexandre is our head programmer. He is also a biomedical engineer, studied with me. And of course, we have a cardiologist. We could not produce this only with engineers. So we have our cardiologist. He works at the Albert Einstein Hospital, one of the majors in São Paulo. And together with this team, we have 6 more collaborators. Half of them are in the São Paulo University, USP. We have PhDs in physics and cardiology, and the other half is a team of design and engineering. We have 10 people in our team besides our partners. We count with over 1 million in non-refundable funds from SAPESP and CAPESP, and we are incubated in the USP hospital as well as in London. And we also have Ibune Med supporting us. We have a very robust structure to help us to carry out this dream product. We could never do it alone, of course. Wonderful. Congratulations. Success to you, Raul. And we hope you get the Anvisa approval soon. Our last startup of the day is Sleep Up. And we have Renata Bodaldi who will present it. I've seen your CV, Renata. You are a textile engineer. That's quite surprising for someone who is launching a health startup. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, I will present Sleep Up. I am the CEO and co-founder. Our first message is that we offer digital therapies for insomnia that are science-based and science-driven. We were born to democratize the treatment of insomnia, which is very elitist and restricted. There are very few professionals specializing in insomnia, and we wanted to offer a natural, effective, and accessible alternative for chronic disease using wearables and AI. Now, some figures and the size of the problem. 42% of the population suffers from sleep disorders, and 22% suffer from chronic insomnia. For over 3 months, they cannot sleep more than 3 times a week. Insomnia is one of the most popular searches in Google, especially during the pandemic. Another problem is addiction and abuse of sleeping pills. And this has grown in the last years. 10% of the population takes sleeping pills every day and 35% without any medical prescription. This is very serious for our health. And Nature published an article recently saying that sleep disorders will be the 3rd greatest effect of the pandemic. Sleep disorders, among many disorders, are the ones that cause the greatest dissatisfaction. And we have these 4 major problems: dependency, low access to professionals, poor lifestyle. And with the pandemic, people have lost any idea of discipline and routine. And people also complain of poor efficacy of the pharmacological treatment. So we really need a solution for this problem. The solution we offer is remote, integrated, and customized. And we also work with different platforms. We capture a series of biometrical and other data. We customize the therapy and we offer access. So we have this band, a headband that is being developed at FAPESP, and we have a dashboard that analyzes over 200 metrics that are offered to the users digitally. So we offer a no medication environment with easy access, customized, and with high efficacy to treat the cause. And for health providers, what are the benefits? We contribute with prevention, with better quality of life, with home care treatment, and cost reduction. Sleep disorders are directly linked to mental disorders many times, anxiety, depression. So it's a very good benefit. And for companies, the problems of sleep disorders are absenteeism, presenteeism, hyperactivity, health, and well-being, of course. So we work on the inclusion of all these types. Well, of course, now with home officing, people are working in their preferred times. And this made us realize that people have their own biological clock, the periods of day and night in which they are more productive. So we also consider that. And this is a summary of our offers. We begin with education and relaxation, going through digital therapies and telemedicine. We work in an integrated manner. We have a variety of tests and assessments. We have a virtual assistant. We have a chat box, and we also have professionals that are registered in our platform. And we offer therapies such as mindfulness and others that are more specific for compliance issues. This is our team, a multidisciplinary one. We are all seniors and scholars. I have over 10 years of experience in engineering, multidisciplinary engineering. I worked with health. I also studied health in my PhD. I have 6 years experience in the UK. Paula is our CTO. Tabitha and Kitsy are our sleep therapists. And in the clinical and academic area, they are responsible for our research and protocols. And we have a whole team of technology experts, all proprietary technologies. And here you can see our timeline. We are over 1 year old, but we have many successes to share. The idea was conceived in Manchester University, where I took my MBA, and therefore we went on to other institutions, the Founder Institute, the Einstein Hospital. We were mentioned in a list of 200 best startups. We have launched our products at Google Store, Apple Store, and FAPESP. And we would like to invite you to get acquainted with our app at Play Store. Thank you, Paula. I asked you about being a textile engineer because we do see a lot of interdisciplinarity in the startups, and this is very good. Everybody asks me the same thing. You work with technology? Are you an IT professional? No, I am an economist, and therefore, so congratulations for your startup. I would be a potential client. I haven't had insomnia lately because I have 2 toddlers at home because I wake up and sleep in moments that are not the ones I can. But let us hear the questions. Denise?
Bacana demais.
Hello.
Primeiro me fala, como é que eu faço para achar seu
First
app
of all, what do I do to find your app? I'm looking for it here. And the icons I see don't look like it. It's a green one, a moon and a sun.
Deixa eu te fazer uma pergunta.
Okay, I'll look for it later. Now, a question for you. I imagine that the headband you developed, it captures physiological signals? Yes, it's used for other exams also, and we are developing it. Do you know the Aura ring? It's a ring that you put on your hand and it measures lots of things while you're sleeping. Is that similar to your product? No. It's like a ring, and it's much more comfortable than sleeping with a headband. Don't you think it might bother the user or be uncomfortable? No, excellent question. And I want to give some explanations. Sleep monitoring technologies today present many failures, and especially when they are wearables or in cell phones. And they are not precise. So what we are bringing is a product with clinical evidence and evidence-based. And the headband actually is a tool that you don't have to wear every night, and it helps to customize and individualize the treatment so that we can understand better the sleep architecture. It is not like an ultrasound. It's a remote EG that is used together in combination with other biomedical sensors, and the aim is to bring greater precision. No, but don't throw away your ring because it's also very good. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Thomas? Oh, this is it, right? No, it's not. It's a green icon. I didn't find it either. Oh, I am looking for it on the App Store. Google App Store. No, it's not in the Apple yet. Oh, it's not in the global Apple store. It's only in the Brazilian Apple store. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Congratulations for your work. I've seen some startups. There is one in the US that uses these pillows to map and capture data. I saw it some time ago in the United States, and it's a giant startup. They have very good valuations. I think they're over 1 billion. And a question about the devices. I saw in the picture that you have the headband. I have tried to use the Garmin, the IoT device that also maps your sleep, but it bothers me to sleep wearing a watch or a ring. Maybe the headband is also uncomfortable, and that might be a barrier, and I don't think I would be the only one to feel this. So it's just a question to understand what else you're offering and thinking about with regards to devices. Very interesting project. Wow, excellent comments. We have the sleep monitoring function, which is important, but we also have digital therapy, which functions independently of monitoring. So we have the resources and the devices that are under the Anvisa authorization approval system. And the devices are used to individualize and bring more credibility and engagement and adhesion. Now, the wearables, well, that's very interesting, your comment, because it's always something that I also always thought about. So talking to Garmin, we said, you have such large watches. People don't like to sleep with them. And they answered that people do want to sleep with the watches. They want to monitor their sleep. And they use these heavier devices because they think that they're more comfortable. And so the solutions, when they are combined, of course, they are stronger. And some startups in digital therapy areas, I'm sure you know all the major ones around the world, Peak Therapeutics and other large companies in the US that have very high valuations because it is a very big problem, sleep disorders. Okay, so we're up. The time is up. Thank you, Renata, for your presentation of the Sleep Up startup, and we hope you have success. So 30 seconds for Denise and Thomas to conclude our session. Well, very good to participate in these talks. Thank you, both of you. Pierre and Thomas, and I hope we meet again soon, physically, preferably. And I wish success to all the startups, great presentations, and also congratulations for this wonderful event. Very good, Pierre. I think we talked about this a while ago. Very good to reconnect with you, and let's talk more later on. Thank you for the FIS initiative, for the very high level of the startups that presented here. Just reminding you that at Indicator Capital, we're also involved with IoT. And because it is a very hot topic, so if there are more startups in your radar that use devices and AI and IoT, we have a new fund for 240 million reais that have already been raised. So please know that if this is in your radio, look for Salvas and Apixios, a very promising startups. Salvias and Apixels. So thank you, Denise. Thank you, Thomas Bitar, for your presence. And we're closing our session.
Quem trabalha hoje na Wikera vê e sente na pele como é, de fato, criar produtos para salvar vidas ou mitigar os problemas em saúde.
O pouco que a gente faz já é muito. A gente não é mais só uma pecinha numa engrenagem de uma empresa grande, mas de fato hoje a gente, dependendo da sua atividade no momento, você pode ser a engrenagem como um todo. Isso então, querendo ou não, vai ter sua cara, vai ter seu jeito.
Onde as pessoas se escutam e você pode sempre propor coisas com argumentos embasados e a sua voz é escutada e você vê as coisas sendo implementadas na prática e o time acolhendo as ideias e construindo junto, construindo em cima.
Eu me sinto muito protagonista, porque, como eu falei, acredito que hoje eu tenho uma participação bem grande no produto que a gente está desenvolvendo. Então, querendo ou não, quando isso começar a escalar e a gente estiver de fato salvando vidas, vou ser eu que vou estar lá também, salvando vidas junto com o médico que está lá na ponta usando o nosso aplicativo.
Principalmente sabendo que o Brasil tem bastante precariedades, né, em relação à saúde pública, e poder desenvolver estar dentro de uma empresa que trabalha tecnologicamente soluções para contribuir para a saúde do nosso país, não só eu me sinto protagonista, como também a empresa é uma protagonista nesse assunto.
Então hoje a gente trabalha nessa questão de uma família, de um time que trabalha engajado, com um propósito muito grande, que é levar saúde para todo mundo.
Eu saber que eu estou salvando vidas lá na ponta, usando tecnologia, ou seja, eu consigo não salvar só uma com o meu código, com o meu trabalho, mas talvez milhões de pessoas no futuro, isso é muito gratificante.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o QIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento, como FIS, são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças, às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante.
Oh, we're back, and I want to see if you checked our platform Trust. Did you connect and see what we're doing? Because everything will be posted there, and one of the most important debates is the topic of our next panel, Transforming Health in a Cloud. Harry Laboa, head of Healthcare LATAM Amazon, will present Amazon solutions to transform the sector. Let's start with our panel. Great.
Olá, pessoal, boa tarde. Olá, Harry.
Hi, everyone.
Estamos aqui
Hello,
com
Harry.
Harry Laboa, da Amazon.
Here we are with
conversar
Harry
sobre o tema
Laboa from
Transformando a Saúde
Amazon,
com a
and we will
Nuvem. Muito
talk
obrigada
about the
pela
topic,
presença,
Transforming
Harry.
Health with
Vamos
a
te ouvir.
Cloud. Thank you for being here with us today, Harry. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, for Colmeia Inova Summit, for KIS initiative. It's great to be here on behalf of Amazon. So before we start with my agenda, let me tell you how we started this path towards this idea. Amazon is the more client-centered company in the world. Our founder, Jeff Bezos, is the one that transformed healthcare, and we have focused on our clients in the last 20 years. First, a mission puts our client first. Think about the client all the time and be patient with results. In Amazon Wellness Services, we believe that if we are obsessed about our customers, if we understand what they're doing and we innovate together with our customers, our business will take care of itself. The third one, please. There it is. So AWS was created more than 15 years ago when Amazon.com decided to use what they had learned with data operation and online sales, and decided that they wanted to create a company to provide cloud computing services. And this is how AWS was born. Well, this is my agenda, and my topics are the following. Why healthcare in the cloud? What is the healthcare landscape today? And which are the drivers that can foster companies to embark on a digital transformation? I will also talk about which are the international frameworks that are introduced in the so-called digital healthcare, and what are the examples. I will also share the mission we have in healthcare, strategic pillars that guide us, and some examples across the world. Healthcare, unlike other industries, is a more complex industry. It is a more regulated industry with specific needs. Its industry needs speed, productivity of your staff, and current IT models with local databases do not have these resources, and they need to wait for long procurement cycles, and they need to deal with red tape, administrative red tape, and all of the back office. When they would love or they would want to do is be competitive, developing digital tools to improve results and customer experience. Likewise, healthcare organizations involved in education and research require international cooperation and global deployment. And the cloud is an enabler. And we see that there is an increasing need to improve security and operational resilience, availability of patient records. This is essential for good functioning of the operation and patient data protection. And this is the so-called digital transformation, and we believe that Internet of Things, AI, and automatic learning will be present in healthcare in the next 5 to 10 years. So in order to be ready for this transformation, we believe that the cloud is the great enabler. And finally, we know that healthcare organizations are pressed to cut costs, and more than 75% of their IP budgets are used in maintenance of in-house systems. We have totally proprietary costs that show that to own and operate data centers is less cost effective, because in the cloud, you can save up to 90% of these costs. And in fact, you can focus in the mission of improving customer results and satisfaction. Dr. John Halamka, he is the CEO of Mayo Clinic and of the Israel Clinic in Boston, said that healthcare organizations need to improve their value proposition, but it's impossible to do this if you have hardware on your facilities. And why is this so? Because there are cost imperatives, security imperatives, and things that you need to put in the cloud. These are some industry challenges, as for instance is the case of aging. In Europe, there is an estimated 1/3 of population over 60. Rather, in Europe, 1/3 of the population will be more than 60 by 2050. And this goes hand in hand with more life expectancy. Consequently, aging people coexist with multiple morbidities for longer periods of times, with a cost burden on healthcare systems. There is an unmet demand of capacity. The WHO estimates that there will be a gap of 14 million persons by 2030. And of course, we have thousands and millions of data generated globally, and this figure will increase tenfold by 2025. Additionally, and according to OECD, 20% of healthcare spending adds no value to our patients. So all stakeholders have the critical need to improve healthcare attention. And finally, it's estimated that more than 93% of healthcare organizations have experienced some sort of security breach in the last 5 years. So security is essential, and the cloud can deal with all of these safety concerns. Ever since the beginning of the pandemic, there has been a significant increase of acute illness patients, and this exerts more pressure on an already strained workforce. And this is compounded by keeping healthcare workforce healthy and safe. The pandemic showed us how important it is to provide new health services as telemedicine, amongst other, to support patients remotely. This is an example of the mobility we mentioned earlier. Another challenge for payers and providers is to be able to quickly scale services and maintain governance in a changing environment as the current. And all of these means that they need to guarantee patients have a digital experience that is similar to the one that we use on a daily basis, with everything at our hands' reach. A very good study published by IDC last year in 2020 shows that there would be some structural changes in healthcare. This is a survey carried out with managers of healthcare systems globally, and this is how they rated the different changes that were triggered as a consequence of COVID-19. So framework continuity recovery figures are essential, and they believe that more online services will be provided, as well as more self-service tools will be available so that patients will be able to take charge of their own healthcare. And there will be a need to diversify the supply chain, change some operation models, digital operating models, and telemedicine is the best way to formalize remote working, because given what we're living now with the pandemic, this is the most safe way to follow up patients. These studies also show that AI and ML will be central to disaster recovery planning. So all of these changes show that there is a lot of pressure on providers and payers of healthcare services in innovation inclusion. And not only all of these topics, but there are also different agencies that publish recommendations for local governments and industries, and they, of course, have an influence on providers and payers. An example of all of this is that the World Health Organization has developed a global strategy on digital health 2020-2025, supported by the documents we see on screen, as for instance, the digital recommendations on intervention on health systems interventions, and the Digital Implementation Investment Guide. It is important that we really see that national strategies should be aligned with these international programs, which provide a guideline that should be quickly implemented. What you see on screen are the 4 guiding principles on digital health published by the WHO. First is that the Digital Health Action Plan must be developed and owned by each country. Successful digital health initiatives are part of a holistic, integrated strategy. It's not only healthcare, but also an approach that includes health social determinants as education, housing, transportation. That is, we also consider the environment in which we live. There's a need to promote the appropriate use of digital technologies for health and be sure that the best technology is used for the appropriate patient, with a need to support least developed countries. Why? Because these countries are the ones that face the greatest obstacles to adopt new digital technologies. Amongst the 4 strategic objectives defined by the WHO, we have to promote global collaboration and advance transfer of knowledge, advance the implementation of national digital health services, strengthen governance of digital health at global, national, and regional levels, and advocate for people-centered health services enabled by digital technologies. Conversely, we see on screen where healthcare organizations are allocating more funds, which are the global trends and growth drivers. So we take spending in different international markets and we compare this against WHO's categories. And what we analyzed is that what is in green shows what we see with our clients in Latin America. In the vertical axis, we see total spending in $1 million, total spending compared to the growth rate, CAGR. So we see that the areas of greatest global spending in medical care are allocated to electronic records, but demographic studies, storage, telemedicine, together with diagnostics, are also very expensive. And finally, the highest growth area is the data analytics, clinical analytics, operational data processed by AI and ML. So these green areas are the areas in which we consider we need to grow in the next years. In order to provide care and include all stakeholders, we have a mission. We would like to administer access and delivery of person-centered care to improve outcomes at a lower cost. And this is done through the acceleration of digitalization and utilization of healthcare data. When we talk about digitalization and utilization of data, we mean that organizations should go from paper to digital, migrating their local infrastructure to the clouds. Why? Because this is how you can take full advantage of the clinical information to process data. We believe that this will improve clinical efficiency, operational efficiency, and we will ultimately improve patients' digital experience. We have 4 interlocking pillars to deliver our healthcare mission. Pillar number 1, increase healthcare data hosted on our cloud. As I said before, it is where you will be able to analyze all the information available in a scalable and quick way. Let me give you an example. One of our customers, the one bank in the UK, they have 500,000 account holders in their system. Amongst the different facilities, there is a partner that is working with them to create a data analysis platform. And the IP, Professor Gori Holmes, said that this new platform will democratize access and help trigger all capacity in the imagination of professionals to make discoveries related to healthcare improvement. The second pillar is the following. We should be accessible for any size healthcare company. And we are using the Viocent platform. It was the first national program totally based in a cloud for demographic health built in 2009 by CDC in the States. This program provides a healthcare professional data and tools they need to be ready, trained, and coordinate answers in case of epidemics or outbreaks. And they trace diseases as they evolve. And this was relevant for the COVID-19 pandemic. The third pillar, we want to become a global healthcare influencer and trusted partner. And we want to support research on a global level, global, local level. An example for Pillar 3 is that AWS partnered with the Indian government to create a healthcare delivery platform that is part of the healthcare system in India. The system is called Endeban and was implemented in this first phase in 19 days only. It was very fast, with 4 states covered. Then it was scaled to the remaining 23 states in India. And today we reach 1 billion people that have access to these virtual functions. And 1 billion people represent more than 80% of the inhabitants in India. As we speak, they are undergoing more than 6,000 medical visits with more than 3,000 involved doctors. And the fourth pillar is to bring all of Amazon to our customers. That is our ambition, to give the best of AWS in Amazon.com. So what we want to do is build and provide services for final consumers. You are aware of the blue pack of Amazon, Alexa, and other possibilities we provide in Amazon.com. And as I said in the beginning, we're innovating on behalf of our customers with digital healthcare solutions and services. And these ideas were born of some of our partners. 90% of what we have built comes from what clients tell us they need. And the remaining 20% are things that we hear customers talk about. Maybe they can't express exactly what they want, but we can read between the lines and understand what it is they want. So in this list of solutions, let me give you a quick summary of each one of these solutions. Amazon Health Lake. It is an artificial intelligence solution that stores standardized answers, storing data that will be stored, transformed, and analyzed in structured or unstructured data that can be scaled, which is fantastic for hospitals. And the ultimate objective is that in a totally self-managed way, you can have access to data in different information silos created in hospitals. The next solution is Amazon Comprehend Medical. It is a medical natural language processing mapping service. With this service, we extract relevant medical information from language, natural language occurrences. We can identify clinical data from different sources, and information can be related to medical technologies as ICD-10 or RX norm. And this is used by different applications. The next service is Amazon Transcribe Medical, which is a speech recognition service available in ML for the transcription of voice to text of medical visits and the relationship between doctor and patient. The fourth one is Fireworks. It's an open code tool for serverless applications. And FHIR is an international standard, for those of you that don't know what it is, that allows you to interoperate amongst healthcare services so that they can easily communicate amongst themselves. And the last, AWS Service Workbench, which is another open code solution with secure federated access to configure clinical trials in the cloud. Just with a couple of clicks, you can create data for research trials, and this is a tool that will democratize and make ML available with high-level data in the cloud. Please, the one on the Syria's Lebanese hospital. And now I would like to share with you what the Syrian Lebanese hospital here in São Paulo, Brazil did to become one of the first AWS cloud users in Latin America. The Syrian Lebanese hospital is a reference hospital located in Brazil. And it is a very well-known hospital due to his social responsibility activities. And they cover more than 60 specialties in the hospital with more than 120,000 patients treated annually. It is one of the best hospitals in the country and one of excellence quality. Why? Because they are working in the improvement of public healthcare ecosystems. Our relationship with the Syrian Lebanese hospital started in 2018 when they hardly used cloud computing. But I should like to say that with their former CEO, Dr. Pablo Chapton, they have always had the view to become a digital hospital. They didn't have a total awareness or certainty of how, but they knew that they had to digitalize patient reports. But there were many challenges ahead. That is, patient data were not available in clinical decision making. And this was due to the fact that flexible enough. At that moment, AWS partnered with the hospital and created a patient database together with some very innovative projects. In the second year, we created a massive use of advanced analytics in creating a data of intelligence area. And in 2020, we created a cloud center of excellence with the support of ProServe. And this was the formal use of telemedicine and many other online services. This cloud center of excellence gives the hospital the possibility to use AI, data analytics, and to process operational and clinical data and on populational health. In 2021, the hospital plans to migrate 80% of its data center to the AWS cloud. So as they mature their data governance processes, which are the benefits as a consequence of this partnership? Well, currently, the time to development and delivery of solutions was reduced by 30%. And there is an availability of 100% of time. Development costs and the time of digital project delivery improved by 30 to 40%. And they even cut costs since the cloud gave them the possibility to perform proof of concepts tests with a couple $100. With now the next, with the Italian hospital in Buenos Aires. The Italian hospital in Buenos Aires is located in the city of Buenos Aires in Argentina, and they have 785 beds, 200 of which are used for critical care, and 800 beds for home care with 3,400 medical doctors and more than 300 staff members. The Italian hospital wanted to start with a program that they have for AI. And they wanted to expand cloud storage, but the local infrastructure was not enough to serve IT needs, that this type of application needs. So they worked with our partner, the Moss Group, in a cloud solution that could be scalable and let them process 320 terabytes of data and compliance algorithms. Some of the benefits were they cut infrastructure costs more than 90%. Also with a cloud research credit program and a training environment for neural networks. Now they can develop parallel projects, not in a sequential manner, with more than 70% savings in development time because they can provision more capacity in less time. And to conclude, the last slide with my concluding remarks. Please, can we proceed to the last one? Conclusions. Well, no problem. There are 4 conclusions I would like to share with you. First, healthcare suffers great pressure, and cloud possibilities will cut costs, will scale services, and improve efficiency with global implementation of these benefits. The World Health Organization has the mandate to promote digital health, so digital health will be adopted quickly by all countries. We at AWS are growing to support healthcare institutions in this solution with technical capacity and expertise. In fact, we have dedicated teams in Latin America, in Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina. And our target is to help healthcare organizations to have access to cloud solutions and services. How will we do this? Well, we will improve results, cut costs, speed up digitalization and use of healthcare data. So these are my conclusions that you can see on screen. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope I see you very, very soon. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Harry Loboa. Incrível todo o seu conteúdo. Esse foi o painel Transformando
Thank you, Harry Loboa.
Thank you, Harry. Muito obrigada pela sua presença, Harry. Foi muito especial.
Thank you very much for your presence. It's been a very, very special time. Thank you very much to all of you. See you next time.
Que absurdo. Essa aqui faz sentido. Como as pessoas têm coragem de compartilhar isso? Olha essa aqui então. Quem já teve Covid não precisa se vacinar. Tá errado. Bem que podia ser verdade. Assim a gente ia economizar muitas doses aqui no Brasil. Mas não. Mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa sim se vacinar. Isso porque existe sim casos de reinfecção confirmados, inclusive no Brasil. Então quem teve a doença precisa continuar se protegendo, usando máscara, higienizando as mãos e mantendo o distanciamento. As pessoas pensam isso porque comparam com outras doenças. O sarampo, por exemplo. A imunidade do sarampo induzida seja pela vacina ou pela doença dura por muito tempo, praticamente toda a vida. Mas com o coronavírus não é isso que acontece. Quem garante que quem já teve infecção vai ter uma boa qualidade de imunidade e memória imunológica? Eu respondo, ninguém garante. Tanto que existem casos de reinfecção. O que a gente sabe são os riscos da doença. E isso, gente, não vale a pena. Por isso, mesmo quem já teve Covid precisa se vacinar sim. A vacinação é um dos instrumentos de maior impacto positivo em saúde pública no mundo, aumenta a expectativa e a qualidade de vida. Alguns especialistas defendem, inclusive, que quem já teve a doença, ao se vacinar, tem uma melhor resposta imunológica. Por isso, tendo ou não sido infectado, quando chegar a sua vez, vacine-se. Eu vou me vacinar.
Nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
Assim como você, buscamos sempre os melhores resultados. Com atendimento altamente personalizado e extensa oferta de produtos e serviços. O BTG Pactual é o maior banco de investimentos da América Latina, com 37 anos de excelência e solidez. Esperamos proporcionar a vocês uma experiência diferenciada, uma assessoria única e uma plataforma tecnológica de ponta. Com o BTG Pactual Advisors, você tem na palma da sua mão uma moderna plataforma de investimentos e acesso a conteúdos exclusivos pela premiada equipe de research. Além de acompanhamento de seus investimentos em tempo real, com a segurança que a sua carteira exige. Nós sabemos da importância de uma assessoria personalizada, mesmo em um mundo tão digital. Por isso, seu assessor estará ainda mais próximo para fazer a gestão global de seu patrimônio. O melhor do BTG Pactual, aqui e agora para você. Seu patrimônio nas mãos de quem mais entende.
Promover saúde é transformar a vida das pessoas todos os dias. É o que as operadoras associadas à FENA Saúde vêm fazendo, levando saúde de qualidade a 26 milhões de beneficiários de planos e seguros privados de saúde. Sabemos que estamos no caminho certo, quando 80% dos beneficiários se dizem satisfeitos e somos o terceiro principal item de desejo dos brasileiros. Hoje, 47 milhões de brasileiros têm planos de assistência médica e 24 milhões têm planos odontológicos. A saúde suplementar desonera o SUS, ajuda a economia do país a crescer e a gerar empregos. Por isso, é preciso investir constantemente no aprimoramento do setor. Queremos estar na agenda de reformas do Brasil. É hora de aperfeiçoar a legislação, promover acesso à saúde para mais brasileiros e permitir que mais pessoas tenham a opção dos planos privados num ambiente sustentável. Uma nova saúde suplementar é bom para todos.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK. E nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Tranquila. Fica tranquila. Sabe que todo mundo está correndo. Olá, obrigada.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joy Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história,
Entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Hey, we're back. And this is a super special panel, Women, Technology, and Health. We will listen. Jiran Zogby, founder and CEO of Dr. Tiz and head of ABCIs. Paula Mateos, hospital relationship manager in South Health D. Galia Barkai, Director of Pediatrics of Sheba Beyond, and Claudia Kohn, CEO of DSA DASA High Excellence Diagnostics. So we have to visit ourselves in social media with hashtag KISS21. Let's have a great panel. Hi, everyone. After a virtual presentation like this one, it's so delicious to be in touch with three great and special women. I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. My name is Claudia Kohn. I work in the healthcare sector for the last 32 years, and to talk on innovation in this virtual platform is great. And it's a provocation for all of us in the healthcare sector. This conversation is a very informal conversation with a topic that I love. And we will talk with these great women, super special women that have already been introduced. Jihan, Galia, and Paula, they have been introduced. But to kick off our conversation in a cozy way, I will start with one question to heat up our engines and to introduce some topics for our three speakers. So before we start, I would like to thank you. Thank you all greatly. And thank the organizers and Colmeia Innova Summit, because this initiative is great, fantastic. If you haven't visited the site and haven't seen the Health City, go in, visit the platform and the site, because it's great with a lot of coverage, topics that are very interesting for you to take advantage of. It's an inspiration for each one of us, no matter how old you are or area of expertise. All of the areas are covered in this city of healthcare. Three important topics: women, technology, and health. We cannot talk about these three topics without talking about the moment we're living globally. When I started working in hospitals in the area of diagnostics, we lived so many things. I remember it was AIDS in Brazil, AIDS in the world, and so many pandemics and epidemics that come and go and sometimes leave us as hepatitis or silent diseases. But COVID-19 has brought information for communities, societies, and with more information, communities ask more questions, become more demanding, apart from the change in our lifestyle because of the pandemic. So when we talk about healthcare technologies, we're talking about a very unique moment. We're talking about a moment nobody was ready for. I repeat this, nobody saw this coming and nobody was ready to seize the moment and restructure ourselves for a possible first wave, second wave, or what happened, the second wave, the third wave, and who knows what, and how many topics in this pandemic. So there's nothing better than women, such special and diverse women, to talk about all of these topics. Healthcare is not only about the pandemic, and it's essential to exchange information, because deaths, diseases in different regions in the world are the consequence of the lack of prevention, sanitation, healthcare, and become chronic diseases or epidemics that the world goes through with shattered economies because of these situations. But it's not because of the healthcare sector, it's because of neglecting the healthcare sector. So I know we could talk about this for hours, but we will talk about this for some minutes, precious minutes. Let's start with Paula. Paula. Hello, Paula. Thank you for being here with us this afternoon. In 2 minutes, tell us, what about your career? And I will summarize the first and second question. Your career as healthcare professional and what you see today, You, as a woman, what is your added value as a woman, as a wife, girlfriend, daughter, mom, whatever, as a woman? What is your specific contribution with your journey? Thank you for being with us today. Hi, Claudia. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. First, well, I'm here with my friends Jihan, Galia. It's great to be with you here today. And first of all, gratitude. Thank you, FIS Initiative, for the invitation, for this special invitation to be here with you. So I'm a medical doctor. I'm a general surgeon. I have worked in the healthcare service and trauma. And my development has been organic because I lost sight of one eye and I migrated to public administration and developed programs that were very well known in Sao Paulo. I did this in the south of Brazil, in Curitiba as well. And ultimately, in this search of problem solving, my mind focuses always on solutions. I never talk about problems. I talk about problems, problem solving, innovation, technology. And here we are together today. What is the added value of being a woman? Well, the holistic approach, a multitasking, holistic approach, different from the masculine perspective. All of us, Claudia, you know, Galia doesn't know about you, but we have been together in male-dominated environments. So to contribute with a differential, an added value as a woman with a more complete thing, multitasking, doing 10 things at a time, this is our added value that puts us here in this position. Today, I'm with the challenge of working in the ID Health Network with different possibilities. But this holistic approach is our feminine added value that puts everything together in perspective. Great.
This special mind brings innovation all the time. Women are increasingly in this innovation. Looking at your journey, Galia, I'm going to speak Portuguese because Galia is listening to English. She is from Israel and she's listening to English. That's why I'm not going to speak English, because she's listening to me in English simultaneously. So you can all understand. Galia, your journey as a doctor at a state-of-the-art hospital. What do you bring in your journey looking at a possible or not transformation? How do you contribute to technology and healthcare together to make a difference in the world?
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here, and I thought I would be the only physician and not technologist in the group, so I'm really happy that Paula as well is a physician. And I think it's an advantage to be a physician because you understand better the needs and you understand better the difficulties in transforming to digital care. So I'm a pediatrician. I'm a pediatric infectious disease specialist, and I'm also heading the pediatric infectious disease unit in Sheba Medical Center, which is the largest hospital in Israel. It's one of the top 10 hospitals in the world, according to Newsweek, for already 3 years in a row. So I until 5 years ago, I was in a career that was really, really clinical. I treated patients. I worked in a pediatric wards, and I was a consultant as well. And I saw myself in the clinical area all the time. But then, by mistake, I got to the field of telemedicine. I really quickly understood that it's the future of health, and there's a lot of value in it. And I think what happened then is that I grabbed each opportunity that was given to me. That's, I believe, the main thing that led me to continue. So as I told you, by mistake, I got to a meeting, interdisciplinary meeting, to which my boss couldn't come. And they were talking about a new project of telemedicine. I don't remember what I said there. In the end, I said, you know, this is the future of medicine. And about 3 minutes later, my CEO, I think it was the first time he met me, he called me and I said, we decided to go on this project and I want you to lead it. And I immediately said, yes, I think this is why I'm in this. And later on, we developed some new projects. And then he said, you know what, you should lead the whole field of telemedicine in Shiba. And we did some really interesting things, but until COVID-19 came, it didn't become the main frame of telemedicine, the main business of medicine. It was just a side thing. And really, COVID-19 changed a lot of things. It was really transformative for the whole world, but especially for the healthcare world. I think the needs changed. We, for the first time, wanted to treat inpatients using telemedicine tools. We didn't do that before because the thing was to protect medical personnel. And we also had lockdowns where people could not come to the hospital or did not want to come to the hospital. And we transformed all our clinics to video clinics. So we did a lot of things. And also there were many regulatory change, reimbursement models changed, and users got used to do things from distance. And that's when Shiba decided to establish a new organization within Shiba. Shiba is a big medical center with small hospitals, and to establish a true telemedicine hospital. This is what I've been doing for the last year. And our CEO gave me, the mission of establishing this hospital. And he thought he would bring a CEO to the hospital. And then I told him, I think I should also lead this hospital. So just talking about women, I think one of the things we have to do is just, to dare and say, I want this job. And he did give it to me. He said, well, I didn't think you'd want it. So I think one of the things is to seize the opportunities to take in and even take one step forward. I think this is my story.
Very good for us to know. I am suspicious to talk about Israel. Can you hear me? Yeah. But Israel, let me tell you, the world knows that it's been an example in various technologies, and especially in healthcare at this time. And now I'm going to bring a person that is a reference in telemedicine here in Brazil, Jihan. I say that Jihan, I can send Jihan, and my surname is Kohn, and everybody says Kohn. And I can pronounce your name correctly because I have the same problem with your name. So it is a pleasure to have Jihan here. She is in South Brazil at the moment at a hospital. She's in the hospital. She just took off her mask to talk to us right now. And I'd like you to share with us a bit of your journey and your transformation that adds value as a woman so that we can move into the focus to inspire other women that are here with us. Your journey and what you have been adding to this telemedicine journey, and that you, like Galia, have been running here in Brazil, you in Brazil and she in Israel. Cool. First of all, I'd like to thank FIS Initiative for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you here. Claudia, I admire you greatly. Paula, very much. And especially having her in the market, Galia. We know Galia as Israel is a benchmark in the world. I still wish to go to Israel and get to know you personally, Galia. I'm going to share my journey with you. So as a woman, we have lots of inspirations from other women. I never looked at gender, female and male. I always looked at the goal of what we have to do. If you look in details, we don't move. So I have a degree in math in Beirut, and I left my village in Lebanon at 17 to study. I think I was the first woman that left from a village to live on my own, to study in 1991. And then there was actually a break or a disruption in the routine of people that live in a village. And then I studied maths, and then I married a Brazilian man. And I came to Brazil, and joined IT college, and I did my master's at the São Paulo State University in computational sciences geared to medicine. So I kind of had to bring down all the barriers, language, cultural, everything. When you are a woman and want to do something, when you really want to, nobody can stop you. No one. We were born free, and we want to do, and we have to do what we want in life. So at the end of my PhD, I was working at a trade show in Sao Paulo, radiology journey. And I saw there were many international images in Brazil. We have many creative, intelligent people. We don't have something that is national, that is representative. So I started my journey to become an entrepreneur in telemedicine, bringing taboos down, having all the images on the cloud so that radiologists could access, use the image, make the report, and actually discuss cases amongst themselves, because till 2020, it was not allowed to have a doctor's visit. So not the first visit, it was just for the second visit. So when the second opinion was something that was quite complicated. I think we were the first startup in 2019 in telemedicine. When telemedicine started in Brazil, we were the first to buy the space at the trade show. The people told me, I didn't know that. No, this is going to happen. This is future. If we don't fight for this, we won't be able to make it happen. We started testing, using it, because I say the following: the human being is the enemy of the unknown. When you know something, you can judge. And then COVID pandemic came to teach everyone a lesson that telemedicine can be done. It works. It helps many people in a country like Brazil, demographically large and geographically large. So there are very remote regions. We know that 50% of doctors are in Southeast region. What do you do with the rest of Brazil if you don't use technology for you to be able to deliver healthcare? You cannot evolve in Brazil as a whole. People are healthy, can work, but people that are not healthy cannot work. So we have this path that we start to see. And then we started. The first case that we cared for was in March in Porto Alegre. I'm actually here at this innovation center in Porto Alegre, south of Brazil. We did it with 4 hands. We set up a platform from the patient's journey, so making an appointment, journey of the patient, exams, tests, etc., and next visit to doctors. And then we were concerned about helping the hospitals, because of COVID, to retain their patients, to actually care for them at home. And we saw how wonderful it was, regardless of their social level, age, and gender, they can do that. So I am a mother. I have 4 children. I work, I study, I do everything I can, and I don't waste my time without anything. Sometimes I can have some fun with my children, but we're here to help to make a digital transformation in Brazil as a whole. Thank you, Claudia.
It is great to listen to this, and I will change the order. I will start with Israel. And one of my best friends is from Lebanon, and she says that women must believe in themselves of all things, regardless of where you live. And men as well, come on. Okay, so what I want to share with you is this. Galia can tell us about this. And she will tell us how the story goes in Israel. I have great friends in Israel. I know some things in Israel. I know that there are hospitals in Israel. And Shihan, you mentioned that. It doesn't matter who you are. For instance, in Daza, if I say, for instance, you have a man treating a woman, a Palestine person treating a Jewish person, or the other way around, because health, as music, unites everybody. There are no differences nor borders. Everybody is equal. So the basis of healthcare, 70% of healthcare, 70% of the basis in healthcare services are made of women, but heads of teams, team leaders, well, the pyramid gets narrower and narrower. Management, less women, VPs or superintendency or higher up in the ladder, less women and women. And then there on the top, VPs, president, CEO, less. This doesn't really change from country to country. Some countries even, and you believe it if you may, I was studying this 2 weeks ago. I was getting ready for this meeting because FIS initiative asks us to get ready and study. There are countries in which men are paid to work in the healthcare service and women work for free. Today in 2021, this still exists. Women working for free. So I want to listen to you. A very short question. So we go to the topic technology. Just a very, very short answer. What's the role women have in health? What is the role you play as accountable for inspiring other women, as you're doing today, but in your daily lives? What do you do to make a difference for women? What's the role of women in this wide difference I mentioned? And what are you doing to change? Galia, would you like to tell us about Israel and about you, your story?
So in Israel, it's about the same. About 65% of healthcare personnel are women. So the majority are women, and indeed, less and less women. You can see less and less women as you go up higher on the hierarchy. For example, in Israel, we have 33 hospitals, and only 4 women are CEOs of hospital, and it's also a big change because until now we didn't have women being CEOs of hospitals. So that's a big change, and I believe every management, every organization needs diversity. It's not only women, but you know that companies perform better when there is diversity. So I think one of our major roles is to bring diversity to our organizations. And that's why women have to be heard and have to be present there. Because there are differences. I cannot say women are better. They bring other aspects, other ways of thinking. They're women, so it's different, and it's really important for them to be in the management of hospital and in healthcare globally. So I think this is one of my roles, and I know as a pediatrician in Israel, we have many pediatricians that are women. Most of the pediatricians now are women, but again, heads of wards are usually men. Heads of hospitals are usually men. So I really think it's important to be heard more. In Israel as well, our salaries are less are not as high as men's salaries. This is something we have to go and make better during the future, and that's one thing we do. But there is a gap between men's salary and women's salary even in Israel, which I think is becoming more and more liberal in this aspect. But still we have a way to go. I also have 3 kids, and I raised and I grew my 3 kids during my whole years as a medical student and residence, and specialty and subspecialty, and another subspecialty in health management. So it's a challenge, and I think yes, it's more challenging for women to get there. It's more challenging for women to get there, and they have to make a bigger effort. But it's possible, and our voice needs to be heard there.
Very good. Something for us to keep here. First, it is possible. Second, I brought up my children during my residency, 3 children. So if you are in doubt of what to do, when to do, you can get inspiration from this. And if we have heard this, Paula, I'd like you to share the answer of the second question. Do you want me to repeat, or can you go ahead? I took note of it. So what defines me as a woman today? This is a phrase. I'm an activist of healthcare access. People must have access. We live in a country where 80% of the population has no health insurance, totally dependent on the public health system. They must have. It's an obligation for us to create more access. I think the major skill. Women have lots of soft skills. By nature, we are carers or caregivers. So we have, from the time we are born, so when we are there to care for patients with empathy and carefully, and we do it differently, with a different mindset that is maternal from the male world, that is more rational, more objective. And we bring that with the purpose of expanding access. This is my drive today as a woman, to bring this female care with this activism of expanding access that is more than necessary to our country. Have I left anything out, Claudia? No, I think you have brought your role as a woman and what you're doing today. Today, you are a leader in the FLEUD group of clinical analysis that has taken innovation and technology as a channel for the possibilities of what you have been doing. And Galia has told us about the journey that as a woman, the responsibility of a woman is transformation in Israel. And when we say this phrase is becoming famous, diversity is not inviting people to the party. It's actually calling people to dance. All of you dance, even if you need to dance on your own. This is the point. It's not the ball. It's actually how you're dancing to the tune. This is a great inspiration for women. And in our last 15 minutes, I would like to hear Jehan to answer the second question, and for us to board onto the technology world and talk a bit about transformation, healthcare, pandemic, and transformation. But before, I want to hear you. Nice. I see myself as a woman that holds up the flag of technology in myself. So I am very proud to give this example to my daughter. I have 1 girl and 2 boys. My boys are going to have a girlfriend and a wife, and they will actually live with women. So at home, I do this with all the pleasure. I set this example. This prejudice that women don't know math or technology, I say it's not. Women can do it. And currently, I have one of the position as CEO in my company, founding CEO, 15% of startup CEOs, women. I'm expanding that, actually hopefully inspiring women to do this in Brazil regarding this. I'm also manager of FIS. It's a voluntary organization to disseminate technology in health. And I say that the flag is to democratize technology, and healthcare comes right after that. So I have Galia, Paula, in this journal, like you know, with the 3 of you and Paula. And the second question was that? No. Was this? This was the first answer. You brought a bit on your journey as a woman and your responsibility. What you brought here is clearly that to you, women, both in healthcare and technology, and in technology even perhaps less. I am a biomedic, that we have 2 doctors, 2 physicians, and 1. You have degree in technology, right? You must have faced even more difficulties, because in technology, the disparity between men and women is even greater. But the great point, I agree with you when you started, is that it doesn't matter your gender, your sex, your option, or whatever. What matters is what you fulfill, what you deliver, what you do, and what you take with you, and what you generate in terms of value. And then in healthcare, we have many innovations and startups taking off, many innovations at a very difficult time for our healthcare. And we have countries like Israel that have opened up and are running an almost normal life, so to speak. And we have Brazil, which is the 5th country in the world in terms of vaccination, but even so suffers a run that it is possible to have mutation to other variants, and the mutation to other variants may win mass vaccination. And that's why we have astronomical numbers, even though moving towards to some stability with various vulnerabilities. And we have other countries that need to have access, data, technology, and healthcare. Healthcare, sometimes basic or primary care, as we are going to talk. How can we talk about genetics or AI in a country in which 20% of the population dies from infectious diseases caused by lack of basic sanitation? So we have these various realities, and technology could be a means to contribute to health so that they can move hand in hand to help that. I'd like you to bring, since we have 12 minutes, each one 2 minutes, and then we close. What would you bring at hand to change the world today using technology in healthcare? In addition to what you've mentioned, telemedicine, what would be the step that the governments and that organizations could take to contribute for this great transformation, since we are in this virtual city of health? Now I'm going to start with Jihan, okay? Let's go the other way around. Sure, Claudia. What can we do? We can help develop healthcare ecosystem as a whole. When I talk about the health ecosystem, not only startups, hospitals, operators, managers, investments, innovation hubs, mentorship, cultural changes as a whole. We still have a lot of serious problems in Brazil, which is the cultural education part. It's no use for youngsters to innovate if there are no gray-haired people supporting them. This is very important. I usually say that it's no use for startups to go to hospitals offering a service, and the hospital want to smash startups, pay a cheap price for a much better service than a renowned company in the market. So the ecosystem as a whole has to be aware that it has to go through a digital transformation. It hurts. It is hard. It requires work, cost, investment, suffering. For you to transform something for the better, you have to spend and invest in everything. It's not only convincing people, that's my word, to actually deal with the ecosystem as a whole to make real changes in the healthcare. So I'm speaking quite fast, but it's okay. Very good, Jihan. So here we have some terms for us to keep in this suggestion for the great transformation. First, looking at the whole ecosystem. Second, investing. Nobody will reap benefits if you don't invest. Galia, up to you.
So I cannot not agree with Jihan. Investing is one of the most important things. Governments have to understand they have to invest in it, and it's usually a lot of money. But I would say one of the major things, to do digital transformation needs an adaptive change, and this is something that takes a lot of time to change the way our mindset, the way we think healthcare should be delivered, to believe that it's actually telemedicine, for example, is not a constraint. It can bring a lot of value. We can monitor patients between the visits and get a lot of data between the visits and objective data that we usually don't have that can help us a lot, giving good medicine, better healthcare. So this change is adaptive and it takes time, but what I think should be done is for governments to invest in infrastructure. We need to have very good connectivity, especially in a country like you in Brazil that is very big and many people live in the suburbs. First of all, they have to invest in infrastructure so everyone can have access to digital tools, and then the rest will come.
Very good. Now we're talking about triggers. Galia brought an important point to us. Infrastructure is a trigger for us to reach our goals, just as connectivity to all. That's another trigger to help healthcare with everything Jihad has brought. Let's keep it all, because those that are building something now, the focus, discipline of looking at these points certainly will lead you to a different future. Paula, up to you. Well, putting this answer into two parts, I think the suggestion for the government is that we should foster public-private partnerships more. So we should have people accessing public health systems, private health systems, sharing data and everything. My suggestion to governments is do not want to do everything on your own. The private sector knows how to do it. Let's do it together. Let's foster it here. Why not, as Luisa Trajano is doing, public-private vaccination? Why do both worlds have to be so separate? If we move together, don't we get there before? Together, can't we gain speed with that at the time we need it? Regarding organizations, me and Jihad have talked a lot about this. This decade is an ecosystem decade. It's not ego system. We must have collaborative systems from the time that we start uniting, looking at other industries that have much more advanced technology than ours, logistics, delivery systems, and other platforms that are already mature in terms of their market. Air business, tourism. We have to look outside, learn from outside, bring in-house, build ecosystems, not drive to business competitions that used to happen in the previous decade, drive up for us to have collaborative ecosystems and learn from other industries. I think these two tips for us to attain digital transformation. Government, public-private integration, companies, ecosystems, and collaborative systems. Very good. I'm going to combine everything and add to what Paula said. Jihan brought some important points. Investment and technology. I am summing up to you that have taken note of a lot of things, important terms Galia brought up. Infrastructure, that is very important. Connectivity. Paula brought up collaboration and partnerships. 2 points from each one of them that I have summarized here for you, so that we have in our last 5 minutes, I'm going to thank in the past 10 seconds, and I'm going to ask now, starting with Paula, a closing remark of optimism or realism or pessimism, whatever you like, as to how are we going to continue in this future so that health can be housed to everyone in an appropriate way, regardless of the access and the place in the world where the person is. I'd like a message from you, one from Galia and one from Jihad, a final one, and then I wrap up so that we can be punctual as we've always been.
Thank you, Claudia. I was thinking about women, transformation, innovation, and everything related to technology. It is a tip. Marie Curie, 2 Nobel awards. It's a movie I just watched. Did you watch it? The first Nobel Prize that she won, it was given to her husband. First because of radioactivity, and then a Nobel Prize award for chemistry. And her daughter received another Nobel Prize. We're talking about the 1900s. She was able to bring about these transformations, being a woman in such a male-dominated world. How come we are not going to make it and bring all the innovations and the debate to this current moment? It's just an optimistic message. There's no way we will be negative or pessimistic. What happens around us will never get to us. Watch that movie. You need to watch that movie. And we also have here in Brazil stories of great women. We know about the Serreden Foundation, Helena Serreden, that left the foundation and did great things. She was a pioneer. And even at that time, she did great stuff. So this is my take-home message. Inspire in these great women. Inspire in us, because we're all together pushing the bandwagon and trying to work in this collaboration. Thank you very much for the opportunity and the invitation. Great. Galia.
So I can refer to Paula saying before, talking about collaboration. I want to say it was a big honor for me to be in the same panel with Jihan, who comes from Lebanon. And for me, it's really a great honor. I think healthcare especially is a very, very good bridge between people. And if you come to our hospital, you can see that we do treat Arab, Palestinian children sometimes. We have Arab, Jewish doctors, nurses, and really, if you come to a hospital, it's a microcosmos of world peace in the world. So it's been a great honor, and I would like for us to continue collaborating between people around the world. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and it's very nice to hear you. I'm Jewish, and so is Galia, so we are in a world where we could see so much hatred. And we are here sharing and conveying this, that people should be inspired in this, not only in religion, gender, race, everything that you see, because everyone is a human being. Jihan, please, up to you. Very nice. After Galia said, I have nothing else to say. We said everything. So thank you very much. It's been great being with you here in this panel. I usually tell women, don't wait for somebody to fulfill your dreams. Do it yourself. This is my great advice. You go after it. Nobody's going to do it for you. If you wait for somebody to fulfill your dream, nobody will. Thinking about what Paula said, women in history, and even men as a whole, this is a very good thing for us to inspire ourselves. Optimist, positive, creative people that do good. That's what makes us being different human beings in this world here. Thank you, Claudia. Very good. I'd like to thank you three very much. Jihan, Claudia, and Paula. Sensational remarks of yours. I'd like to thank this initiative and immensely to the organizers who have put us here. They faced several challenges today in this such spectacular city, which is this virtual city of health. And I once again invite you to get to know it and serve this city. And I'd like to share with you a phrase that I heard yesterday from Pedro Parente. It's not his. He said it was not his. He was very inspiring yesterday. He said he's the former Petrobras chairman, the man that takes the bag of hope and the bag of experience has to always work. And women, to me, is the same thing, because she can carry those both bags on her shoulders. That hope be always the stronger bag regarding experience, that she never becomes heavier, that these challenges and journeys be light to us that are passionate for healthcare, technology, and this world of women that is adding to the world that existed before, that is no longer, at this moment, the same world. Thank you all very much, and have a great journey today.
Precisamos mudar o modo como cuidamos uns dos outros. Estar mais perto, mais conectados, ouvir mais. Oferecemos a cada paciente os meios para entender e conviver melhor com a doença. Acompanhamos o hospital em todas as suas transformações, com eficiência em todos os níveis. Como um líder mundial em saúde domiciliar e gases medicinais para hospitais, queremos construir um sistema de saúde eficiente e virtuoso para todos.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força: a saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
Todo questionador é um inconformado que, na busca de novas formas, continua perguntando: esse é o mundo que eu quero viver? Como cuidar de todos e de cada um? Como melhorar um sistema inteiro de saúde? Ou será que é preciso reinventar esse sistema? Qual tecnologia será preciso criar? Qual o melhor equipamento? Quem é o profissional perfeito? Como ser parceiro das empresas, como conversar em mais pessoas. É possível antecipar, prever e reduzir riscos? Como cuidar e ensinar o cuidado? Responder tudo isso é a nossa missão. E essa resposta não se alcança sozinho, e sim em conjunto. Mas quem sabe ouvir perguntas vai sempre continuar procurando todas as respostas. ASCII. A resposta é saúde.
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Olá, o IBKR é uma empresa focada na geração de soluções educacionais para capacitação técnica e comportamental de profissionais e acadêmicos da saúde. Baseado nos métodos ativos de ensino, estruturamos o Medflix, uma solução integrada que possibilita que nossos clientes implantem dentro de suas instituições programas permanentes de capacitação em larga escala e em sinergia com suas demandas e prioridades, de forma a gerar um real impacto institucional.
O que você espera de um escritório de advocacia? Nós, do Machado Nunes, temos como propósito transformar a advocacia em uma ferramenta multiplicadora de resultados, tratando gente como gente. Os mais de 20 anos a serviço dos clientes renderam aos sócios do escritório a capacidade de entender as relações humanas. Por tudo isso, temos atuação reconhecida e destacada, sendo o principal escritório do setor da saúde, atendendo não só os principais players, como também as mais relevantes entidades representativas do setor.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLAS. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Atendimento que olha nos olhos e excelência em saúde. Esse é nosso jeito de cuidar de você e da sua família. Somos o Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica, para ficar mais perto de você, para te dar mais comodidade, para cuidar dos seus pequenos e daqueles que fazem parte da sua história. Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas é nosso propósito há mais de 3 décadas. Seja bem-vindo ao Sobre Medicina Diagnóstica.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
A THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo EMPREENDEDORISMO, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor em saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
Eu acho que nós já esgotamos aquela fase de estudar o que nós devemos fazer para a progressão ou para a melhoria do sistema de saúde em prol dos pacientes. Agora, aqui, nós estamos estudando casos reais em que os apresentadores mostram como estão fazendo essa transformação do sistema de saúde.
O mundo passa por um momento de transformação digital, de novas tecnologias, e a gente discute muito isso, o quanto a incorporação de novas tecnologias é relevante para o setor, e é sim, mas desde que seja feito sempre com o paciente, com o objetivo de ter o paciente no centro do cuidado.
Ele reúne pessoas, ele reúne ideias, ele reúne desejos, tem um propósito de transformar a saúde brasileira numa coisa mais acessível, mais equânime, mais generosa, mais justa, mais democrática.
Nesse mundo em transformação, no mundo que a gente não sabe o que nos espera daqui a 20 anos, com novas profissões, com atualização de sistemas, com tantas mudanças, acho que esse fórum é o principal fórum de discussão nacional sobre a saúde e as inovações que nós deveremos e vamos encontrar no futuro.
O FIS hoje já é uma realidade, né? É um evento imperdível, é um evento que devemos fazer força para que ele se mantenha e que ele se mantenha rico e com a riqueza do conteúdo que a gente observou nesse evento.
Este tipo de evento como o FIS são momentos extremamente importantes, porque aqui nós podemos discutir, refletir, repensar, desestruturar e estruturar novas ideias, pensando em termos cada vez mais um setor de saúde que seja assim inovador, inclusivo e forte para o nosso país, para a gente poder estar atendendo melhor a população do Brasil.
A realização de um evento dessa natureza é muito importante para o nosso setor e para o momento que a saúde do Brasil passa.
O FIS é um evento de extrema importância para o setor de saúde. Hoje nós podemos dizer que ele é um evento já que consolida e traz aí palestrantes de renome, e são as discussões que estão acontecendo hoje, são discussões que irão contribuir para a transformação do setor de saúde.
As questões ligadas às mudanças e às transformações e a necessidade de estar alinhado com elas não é mais uma opção, é uma necessidade.
E, portanto, esse congraçamento de pessoas, líderes da saúde brasileira, com o mesmo propósito, pode ser uma grande fonte de transformação que todos almejamos para o setor da saúde brasileira.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.
we are back, and fortunately with the last panel in our day, transforming data in assets for organizations. And we have Leonardo Gross, Head of Digital Solutions, GE Healthcare Latin America. We have Rogério Borges, Director of the Federal Government in Microsoft Brazil. We have Claudio Franco, Global CMO of Gympass, and Marco Aurelio Costas, CEO America Medical Service, UGH Brazil. Let's start with our fantastic panel. Let's go. Let's kick off. Hello, welcome. Welcome to this panel, Colmeia Nova Summit, the largest health innovation meeting in Latin America, an FIS initiative event. And I thank the opportunity to be here as a mediator in this panel. I am Leonardo Gross, Head of Digital and Healthcare Solutions at GE. And I am so happy to be here with you today. The topic of our panel is transforming data into assets for organizations. And it is fantastic to have Claudio Franco, Chief Marketing Officer of Gympass. He's an electric engineering at Unicamp University, and he has worked in Compat Gable. Thank you, Claudio, for your participation. We also have Marco Aurelio Costa, CEO, Americas Medical Services, UHG Brazil. Most of his career abroad, and 1 year ago, he took office in this new position, and he's a researcher, medical doctor, manager, and last but not least, Rogério Borges, Director of Health and the Federal Government, Microsoft Brazil. Welcome you all. And this is a fantastic opportunity to interact. Take this opportunity, voice your concerns, make your questions to our 3 brilliant participants. And when we talk about data, we talk about the data economics, and the healthcare sector inherits a challenge, which is an obstacle we have to overcome in other sectors, which is data explosion. I want to start the first part of our panel exploring this topic. We know that the healthcare segment is very good to generate data, but we know that it is an endless array of data. But can we use data that can promote development, deliverables and insights that have an effect in healthcare? We have a lot of information, we have a lot of data, but it is not really used to help decision-making in their better informed decisions, to improve operational efficiency in such a critical moment in which resources are so scarce, in an environment in which the pandemic is still relentlessly present in our lives. So to put everything into context and to talk about the explosion of data, 30% of stored data in the world come from the healthcare and well-being sector. And a middle-sized hospital produces 30 terabytes of data. These data in image diagnosis and other sources, e-records, digital systems, all of these sources produce data, a lot of data. So let's try to talk about this topic. And I know that GE, and just to give this further dimension, is present around the world with 4 million devices installed in hospitals, 1 million in image departments, more than 60,000 screens per minute in the world with GE devices, a lot of information that can be used in decision making. And I start asking our guests, and I really want to know what you think about this. Data is the new oil. This was coined by Clive Humby. Data is the new oil. But if we analyze this effect phrase in detail, we realize that without processing, data can be used, raw data can be used. We have to add value. Unlike oil, data have no intrinsic value. It depends on withdrawing information, relevant information from data, and do something with data. And I want to go straight to the point in our conversation, which are the key elements to transform data into new sources of revenue. Where do you believe lies the greatest gap in the healthcare sector to transform data into assets and into value? Don't forget to make your questions, everybody in the audience, because I will ask your questions to our guests. Claudio, what's your take on this? Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here with this group of specialists in different sectors in healthcare and well-being, representing the newest business of the three, a native digital company. And it's a pleasure to be here in this conversation. Well, Leonardo, when you talk about challenges, in the last 10, 15 years, we have overcome everything that has to do with economic viability of storage, processing, data treatment. And today, I can positively say that this is, of course, we have cloud services, we have new technologies, data engineering, data treatment. This is no longer a challenge. So it is great that we have overcome so many barriers, but there are challenges in this area in the healthcare sector that somehow can be a threat, but also an opportunity if we get our act together. And I think it is one of the products of this Innovation Summit, KISS 21. First of all, privacy. Healthcare is not a financial asset. Healthcare deserves and demands special care with privacy of data and individual care. We have made progress with the General Data Protection Act and in Europe with GDPR, that is the legal framework in Europe. But I think that sometimes it could be a barrier because data sharing should be done very carefully. There is no clear guideline or a chapter about privacy in data. So this is a challenge we should talk about, and we have to include this in the agenda because data sharing with entailed barriers should be overcome. And what about standardization? When we talk about data sharing, it's important to talk about data sharing. And let me give you an example with language. I need to know language, grammar, and how I record, how I share language. So, in spite, organizations individually maybe record data, store with all care. I think that the highest potential is the one that we have when this is done in a structured way. De nuevo, mira. Caiu, Laura. Caiu.
Cash generation and insights, etc. This is a bit of my vision, these great challenges for us to further explore the potential of the new oil that is data. Excellent. So we have Rogério, one of the big techs in the world that generates revenue essentially from data. Rogério, tell us a little bit. Can you list what elements, essential elements, that are those that the companies can actually generate new revenue sources, and that you see potential gaps to get there? First of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for being here, this initiative event. And I think we can split your question into some parts. First, in this healthcare process, we have something that is procedural. So the patient going to a clinic, etc. We have a process as to how they're going to be cared for in a public-private process. You will have a structure that is procedural, with actually scheduling of tests and processes. And then we have a great opportunity of your having innovation with data on that, using AI to detect, based on various factors, what is the predictability of permanent stay of that patient in hospital. That may be used to negotiate with a health insurance company for certain negotiation, etc. Another interesting point is for you to look at the electronic clinical record of the patient. Increasingly, you have information on patients, and there's something that is happening, adding to what Claudia was commenting. Data SUS, so this is the public health system data, they have information based on the national healthcare information data. People, all hospitals, clinics and laboratories, public and private, have to be connected to that. Today, it's only connected for COVID tests, but the trend is to be general. And every citizen with diverse information, we have all the information of citizens and the whole clinical track record of the patient. So this is being done, and what's happening is actually something based on a world movement that came on fire. Fast Health Interoperability Response, which is the system for data interoperability with safety. This is a boom for healthcare data enhancement. So if you look at studies and the exchange of data between healthcare entities, it's only 14%. Even if you get to healthcare providers, this doesn't go beyond 30-40%. And this will bring great innovation opportunities in another industry for you to use data, now not only for procedural, but very much related to the hospitals, how they operate, the structures, but also for diagnosis. And we start having data handling geared to analysis that is actually of diseases and specific things. Part of this is already happening with genomics. Genomics, basically, you use cloud processing data, as it's been mentioned, or how to mention. So actually we have the processing, you have AI, and you talk about genomics. It depends, well, you can actually 200 gig. You cannot process and store that in your central data center. You need to have flexibility for growth. This is an opportunity that is great for diagnosis. And now we're getting to a third stage of your starting to use this data. Let's take, for example, radiology test, MRI, and we're starting to have assisted operations. You're having a doctor, and we can have an example to me, impactful. I'm not a doctor like Dr. Marco, he knows about that. So I'm an electronic an engineer. I'm a fan of healthcare. So in healthcare, we have a case with doctors using holographic assisted surgeries. For example, a brain surgery, you're going to actually have 2 vessels to a non-irrigated depth. So in average, you had to have 2 CT scans, have a risk of 2.2 centimeters surgery that would take possibly some hours today. With this, we managed to reduce from 2 to 0.2 to 0.22 millimeters. The cut and 1 CT scan required. What does it mean? Significant cost reduction and a result that is much better for the patient. So the patient has much lower risk because of the whole surgical procedure and better recovery possibilities. So we collect data in other ways and we start using it. And the data that were used only for analysis, for planning, may be actually used throughout the patient's journey. If we start stratifying, we have other opportunities. And there's another one that is yet very significant. For a long time, the development of drugs and treatment is very much related to pharmaceutical companies, innovation companies, and increasingly it's linked to the hospital, to the very end, because you have the data as to how patients have behaved over many, many years. If you look at personalized medicine, what has to be done to that specific patient based on the patient's medical record, the family's medical record. Nobody has this information. You don't have that. Actually, Leonardo, we work a lot with data. We work in allowing our customers to use the data in an intelligent way and perhaps create a new business. They start creating a new procedure that may be adopted by hospitals and companies all over the world, from innovation with artificial intelligence, various analysis that you make based on your data that we start having in medicine. And I let Dr. Margarelli Costa to say that science is an empirical thing. It's based on measurement of what happened to a populational group. It's not mathematically defined for any case, any individual in the world. It's actually defined mathematically to an expected behavior in the world. So being empirical data collection is fundamental because you can use the data in every populational group, every segment, every country, every socioeconomical scenario, and even environmental. Everything may be impacted in this scenario. Otherwise, we have variations of COVID and other things. And I think there is an opportunity that is huge for innovation. This is an industry that will suffer a lot of innovation from here with data available, with regulation, so that this data can be accessible with privacy and safety. 2 fundamental points for the rest. This is very important in healthcare. Excellent, Rogério. Thank you for the insights. Now we have this hint for Marco. Marco, bring to us this viewpoint, your viewpoint from the standpoint of healthcare. So do you have Ali? So good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here. I think, the doctor represented here, or representing medicine in this panel. So I have a medical degree in Europe, and I have a PhD from Europe. Then I went to the US, where I spent almost past 20 years. I've been in Brazil for less than a year, only 10 months. Actually, when I arrived, this has been a privilege of being able to follow on. And I found a company that offers me a great opportunity of practicing. I found a very wealthy atmosphere that is to collect data. So actually it's been organizing itself in Brazil. So in socio-economic situation in the world, I lived the pandemic in the US. I'm reliving it in Portuguese and English. And I actually believe that there is great opportunity. I think you put it quite well. Healthcare problem is not lack of data. We have a lot of data. You are engineers, so I think it's easier for you to have formula, an optimization model. If we were to create a model, mathematical organizational model, you have a database, you have constraints, we have several variables on your database to generate the possibility for you to attain your goals. I was excited, a doctor and a data scientist. Well, what's really interesting is the purpose function. So the objective function. As a manager, I see this as what is the purpose of using this data? What is the purpose of your business to connect people in a digital way, or generating image technology of high specificity and accuracy as you produce, or connecting people in a fluid way to create interoperability. If we think about our company and know what our purpose is, and then we're going to be able to use the data and turn that into technology. Technology is the driver, information and data are the inputs. The outcome is using the data. In healthcare, I'm in the area of technological medicine. I'm a cardiology. I've been a researcher for many years. I've been a professor for many years. And it's interesting, when I migrated, went to MIT in search of this data, and I was part of the data analysis program, I realized that I had worked for over 20 years with very advanced technologies than the wearables, than sensors that were operational. I worked with 3D images in the heart beating at a very great speed for me to be able to inject stem cells, so to have different generations. So I was working at a very advanced technological world, and we were trying to attain superficial levels in society. Well, basic data, temperature, heart rate, totally basic things when you discuss these things with doctors. So we have to understand what is information, what are the data that are going to improve the purpose of this doctor. It's very nice to talk about wearables for athletes, for example, but we need to understand what the purpose is from the standpoint of medicine and healthcare service. Today, we're 18 hospitals, 39 clinics, 27,000 associates, 25,000 doctors, 1 million visits in our outpatient clinic and ERs. We have no time to use and process data in the way the world expects today. I think from technology, for example, from Microsoft and GE, you understand this. When you are interacting with healthcare systems, there's a gap. What do I need to improve my purpose, which is saving life or lives? And how can you deliver the data? Perhaps the problem is not data. We need more data, but we need data that are more in line with our purpose so that we can optimize our role, that is saving lives. So that I leave it open for us to continue our conversation.
So this is the possibility to transform lives. Everybody wants to know about Gympass cases in the pandemic. Gympass experience in the pandemic was a great experience to reinvent a lot of business lines. And Gympass needed to reinvent itself, especially in this business, especially in gyms. And you had to transform your company in weeks. And that decision-making was extremely important and strategic. Decision-making, quick delivery, so that Gympass could keep up with your expansion plan in 10 countries. How did data help you make those decisions so that you could, for instance, and I'll say what Gympass Wellness, what data-oriented decisions were made and which were the barriers you overcame for a company that grows by 100 to 100% a year with this new system, pandemic situations. Thank you for the opportunity and the question, Leonardo. This has been my life. In the last 13 months, I still remember I received a call on Sunday. It was my boss telling me that there was a quick dissemination of the virus in Europe. Italy, remember, Italy was the first country affected, and Italy is amongst our 10 countries, and we needed to understand what we were going to keep up our business because we closed all our gyms in Italy. And we have a marketplace in our business that 13 months ago, we were service providers, face-to-face services in gyms, in centers, in studies. And we have collaborators in companies that believe that wellness, it has to be accessible for everyone, personalized. So somewhere in the middle, we connect the demand with the supply. And in a couple of weeks, I mean, literally 2 weeks, there was a very quick progress of the disease here in the West. The COVID was here in Brazil, and in a couple of weeks, we were living the same lockdown situation as in Italy. That was the first country that was greatly affected in our business. So, I mean, no more supply. We had nothing to deliver, but our mission to transform people in more healthy people, wellness for everybody, and our clients that believe in our premises and purposes were the reason why we kept on working. We had to find a solution for the pandemic. And what did we do? We looked in our new ideas, new products, new innovation portfolio, and what we had was a sub-marketplace for well-being solutions outside of gyms or closed spaces with 5 apps developed by partners that wanted to distribute our content in our base of members. It was a pilot for 50, 100 people, and in 2 weeks became our product number 1, the first client where we delivered this product was in the marketplace. And first we started monitoring closely the evolution of cases. Google didn't make data available. Financial Times was the first reference as reliable data source, and the first app had to do with this, how each of the 10 countries were reacting to the pandemic, and what did this mean for customers that used our products in just 2 weeks transformation. So this was the first thing. We had a war room that was working 24/7. We would meet very early here in the Americas, and we would have late night meetings to understand what had happened the day before. And that was it. And then from then on, we launched 2 new products, 2 totally different new products, different from anything. The first one was a digital transmission platform for wellness content. And we offered this for all of our customers with Pilates, yoga, functional, physical training. I mean, all of the different modalities that could be transmitted online with quick adoption. And it was similar in all the countries that we do business in. And it was a total online delivery. What we did was really, we have a lot of information. We store everything, even though we have no purpose of it all, we store everything. And this helped us understand what type of schedules, timetables, and classes were more interesting. And we had to build an agenda that would be tailored to the new reality. We realized that peak times in face-to-face classes are exactly the same. 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and then they drop till 6, 7 p.m. in Spain, Italy, everywhere. But then we started realizing that the routine changed, and there were other prime time classes, we would say, that would have been possible face-to-face. For instance, you want to wake up a little later and start at 8 a.m. because you didn't need to go anywhere. You didn't need to take the car. You were not going to be in a traffic jam to go to the gym and office. So commuting time was cut. And this gave us the possibility to have more flexible schedules. Another peak we identified was lunchtime, 11:30 till 1:30 p.m. Yes, in face-to-face gyms, we had a lot of public, but when you remove commuting, you can meditate 20 minutes or half an hour before going back to your obligations in the afternoon. So digital platforms were very, very popular in this lunch break between the morning and the afternoon sessions. So out of a total of possibilities and tests run to monitor user behavior in this new environment where we had no experience at all. So, and then ultimately what we did was to create the first product we worked with, which was peer-to-peer. We created a connection between personal trainers, that is individual service providers, in dedicated classes for anyone in the world that wanted to take a class with a super personal training from Rio de Janeiro. That is, if you want an appointment with this personal trainer, you could. And the synchronicity of supply and demand is very specific, a specific modality in a special time slot for this person, especially in the fitness industry, where we have a more flexible possibilities. We have RuPaul, New Fit, Companhia Clínica, other partners that have the possibility to make this demand flexible. But when it's one-to-one, the match between supply and demand needs to be perfect. And so demand growth was really fast. And we had to really see individually, case by case, how we could guarantee a good user experience in an unprecedented model. We have more than 5,000 personal trainers working on a daily basis in our platform, some 100% with 200, 300 classes per month, which is totally impossible in face-to-face classes. And another example of data application is that when cases started becoming more controlled and vaccination started to go faster in the United States and Europe, we saw that there was a total shift, a dramatic shift in the behavior of users. And we realized that the United States was the first country to make COVID protocol rules more flexible in fitness establishments with a very quick recovery, but that changed from city to city. The government of New York, that was a little more careful and strict with rules, whereas the government in Texas were more flexible. So even today, we have an internal index of commitment recovery, and we measure every single indicator per city, per user, per time slot, everything that's available. And this all helped us adapt ourselves more quickly to the recovery of economies and face-to-face classes. So that's the dashboard I look at in the morning, and also to anticipate movements, that is the information that time slots of functioning hours in a gym will change on Monday. And sometimes we get this information on Friday. So we have our own behavior estimate indices to make better decisions, to make quick decisions, so that we can compare what's going on in the market, anticipate, not be waiting months and weeks to understand what's going on, or if there is any symptom of recovery in the economies. Well, I could give you hundreds of examples, but I guess it is the beginning, the middle, and now the transition towards a reality that, I don't know, Marco, I don't know if you know what happened 10 months ago, but in the United States, most of the population is already vaccinated, and some cities in the United States, with the exceptions of the using of masks and distancing, because vaccination started quickly over there, and economy is recovering, fortunately. Yeah, what a turning point. It's really fantastic, and your tips are great. And you give us examples with cases. It's inspiring for everybody. And I want to keep on talking about game changing. I mean, Rogerio, I have been with you in other seminars, and there are some trends that show that the current healthcare scenario is of an industry in a transition process. You talk about trends, and you say that many patients are unsatisfied with service provision in healthcare, and we will have 4 million professional vacancies missing in healthcare globally. So my question is the following. With less professionals in healthcare, and since most patients feel frustrated with their healthcare experience, because we have to see whether the cup is half full or half empty. So according to you, which are the elements that, and which are the cases that you can share with us? Which are the key elements to change the rules of the game? How can you commit the patient in this data-driven model, as Claudio just mentioned, with the experience of Gympass? And this is about the possibility of having labor available. And what about this commitment? What is your expectation, Rogerio? If you want to share some cases with us, we would love to have your experience in this commitment. And how do we get the magic? I mean, are there any inherent tasks that have to do with data leverage? And how can we measure value data has in this commitment path?
A simple question I can answer in 2 words. First, spectacular to hear the sharing of point that Claudio has shown. Once again, it shows that data can be used to take insight that are going to totally transform your business. And I am not a doctor, actually, Dr. Margo. And I say that I was born, well, I'm an engineer who's frustrated for not being a doctor, and I'm actually too frustrated for not being an engineer as a doctor. So I'm happy to work in the area. I see some major points. Of course, these studies, there are general studies that show challenges in healthcare, patients' vision, but there is a scenario. What is the greatest frustration of patients? Not having access to information, to details, not having the control on the whole patient journey. So we're very much focused to help through our solution Cloud for Health. So the healthcare providers can actually work on some pillars, and those pillars are pillars that are going to improve the patient experience, the healthcare team. So if we have a challenge with few healthcare professionals, but they're very much admired, but now more than ever, we have to actually value them. The pandemic also helped us see the importance of healthcare workers. And if we have a restriction in the number of available healthcare professionals, and we have a striking need of specialization, where can we get seek for things to improve the process? So we have data as one of the springboards, so to speak. We have several springboards. One of them is telehealth. Things are changing. Access to healthcare. It's not our focus. We're talking about transforming data. If we take an example of St. Luke Health Partners in the US, what have they done to value data? It's hard to say how much it's worth. It's how much you've done with it. In this case, they had a savings of $400 million in 2 weeks. Imagine $400 million. Imagine that in your bottom line as a healthcare manager. How much have you earned? So identifies 5.4% of points based on a summary of the historical data of all electronic medical records. With that, they stratified the risk based on reimbursement, laboratory data, all those points. And with this, they managed to use AI and make a healthcare analysis projecting diseases and future costs. Only this allowed them to have such savings. This is one of the various possibilities to allow you to have great revenue. Is it using data? No, it's saving on one end. We say that ultimately the profit is if you spend less and you make more money. But we have other examples that we can look at. Also avoiding cost. Shanghai Children's Medical Center, it took a clinical data repository and made an analysis of medical errors, identified that up to 11% of cases had this kind of error, and they started taking various actions in terms of process, reducing average stay time by 3% and avoiding rework that give additional revenue for them of 10%. Also significant. Just processes, only data analysis or analytics. We have other sources. If we take something that is really nice, that has been done by St. Joseph Health Center in the US. They have 61 different hospitals, different data. They did not integrate the data. They simply had an integrated dashboard for reports for all hospitals. Integrated dashboards, not integrating data for other things. This led them to have $1 billion savings a year. So if we think about that, so we're talking about things that are just processes. How can we make a difference? Handle something new, as you were saying. We have new things to create for a new treatment process. So you have wires, that is a diagnosis provider using AI, Microsoft and machine learning. It makes an analysis of preventable blindness due to diabetes. They created a solution using existing data and led to 97% prediction in images. This can be offered to the market as a differential point. Now we'll bring a new type of treatment and perhaps allow you to have a new source of revenue. Microsoft is also working. We recently acquired Nuance. It's a great provider in the area of AI for clinical environments. One of the things that we're going to provide with them that is transformational is you're changing the doctor's experience. And today, with all due respect, this is not a complaint as a patient. It's just a finding of something that happens. Today, every doctor is becoming digital. First thing, when you get to your clinical visit, the doctor is talking to you, says 37 degrees, They're actually typing, so entering data. Why? Because they have to fill out the clinical record. They're going to be demanded for that. And is this experience the experience the patient wants? And so how can I help doctors? This is what we're working on now. So use voice recognition that we have now, combined with semantic analysis. So I'm saying several things, and I say, I have 37.5 degrees of fever. This actually moves or changes the clinical record. This enables that to a better experience for a patient. I'm looking at you. You can see that I'm looking straight to the camera, looking straight to you. Apart from that, they may also empower doctors. Tell them, well, based on all these symptoms that the patient mentioned, 90% probable or likelihood of being dengue fever. We recommend such and such tests. So this is empowering, transforming through data the experience of patients and the practitioner that is actually seeing the patient that will need some assistance, even in radiology analysis. So I started my career working for Toshiba Medica or medical with MRI and PET scan, also developing software for EEG, but this was a previous history. Anyway, I've always been in love for these things. This is what? A power for us to watch based on this data, millions of people, and feed so that you can empirically say likelihood that this could be your diagnosis is this one, 75%, 90% likelihood. This is to empower doctors. We're not going to replace them. We're going to empower them so that they can be much more accurate and perhaps have personalized medicine application that is data-driven over time. Sometimes you have combined symptoms, but if you look at your past history, these combined symptoms will tell you that you're going to have adverse reactions depending on the treatment. I am a layperson, apologies, Dr. Marco, for what I've said. I'm just a passionate person with what I'm saying. So I believe there is a gigantic opportunity for you to use available data today and explore this. Wonderful, Rogério, very good for you to have brought this topic, accuracy of diagnosis that is data-driven. I'd like to bring up this topic of accuracy, personalization. We talk a lot about this, and I'd like to know from Marco. So you mentioned in one of your interviews that research, innovation, and science are priority topics within the group. I'd like to bring to this panel a bit this idea that data collection through those intelligence technologies. So we have data acquisition source that is very promising and distant monitoring of patients, both healthy and sick, and there is synergy with this data management of your insured beneficiaries, not only in hospital environments, but also outside the hospital environment, led by this trend of care partially migrating from the hospital to closer to the community and the homes of these individuals. Can you share with us, Marco, how has Americans been preparing for this new reality that may actually generate numerous opportunities actually for this audience that we have with us, for this data value generation for the group and for the individual, obviously. And I should take the opportunity of understanding what this is like in the US as you have lived there.
Well, we will be late for dinner tonight, won't we? Because to talk about everything that you mentioned, and remember, I am a medical doctor. I am a minority here in this panel tonight. And maybe my depth in technology is really superficial compared to the excellency that you have brought to the market with Gympass and this new revolution that you were talking about. So I will quickly just mention what I wanted to say before. When Gympass was concerned with how they would overcome their business problem, because it's business after all, what we're talking about, we from healthcare, we're not the healthcare sector. We are the persons that take care of sick people. We were alone. Everybody disappeared. Nobody had a solution. Nobody had a treatment. And we were left alone. And in 2 weeks' times, we had to make decisions as well. And the results of our decisions were not only related to the sustainability of our business, but also the sustainability of society. Our decision would define who would live and who won't. So the speed of information, the speed that this disease brought to care delivery services of critical patients was absurd, unprecedented, was weakening in a way. In our company, we went from 0 to 1 million, more than 1 million telemedicine appointments. We had no regulation. We had no technology. We knew nothing about this. We did it at home. We created, what about non-COVID-19 patients? Strokes took place. Diabetic patients are still diabetic. What about the rest of the patients? I'm a cardiologist. And we see patients that had a heart disease or had a infarction or stroke. What about these patients? So the speed, we implemented everything. And I'm not only talking about the fact that it was the only solution possible, but data is essential. Technology was essential. And we had information. And one of the different things that is different from the United States is that in Brazil, you go to the doctor when you feel bad. And in Brazil, we have the emergency protocols, which has no schedule. It's available 24 hours a day. And then we have the critical patients. So we have the outpatient facilities, we have the emergency rooms, and we had to make our patients, in your case, the gyms, in our case, ERs, and see our patients in a different way. So that is one thing. And as far as data is concerned, just to give you an example, and this brings me back to purpose, we create value through medical quality excellence. There's nothing that can replace this in the equation. Quality, which you deliver in medicine, life equals life, quality equals life, compared to operational cost. You generate value and you establish a price, you establish a cost, quality, cost. Most systems in the States and Brazil, everywhere, deal with cost. How can you decrease cost in the equation? This is the wrong approach. It's a downward spiral. We defined cost early on and full quality. Total quality is our number one driver. Our number one purpose is to deliver quality. And we need to monitor this. And 3 years before I got here, I'm talking about things that started way before myself. We have 800 clinical data that monitor quality across the country in Brazil. For each patient, in each unit, tremendous investment, a lot of work, a lot of interoperability difficulties, but we won't give up and we're still monitoring quality. And survival is another important data. Survival is not talked about in Brazil. Nobody talks about survival in Brazil. It's a piece of information that, from my perspective, survival is an essential indicator, and we need to include survival in our references. We make decisions on treatment type, where the treatment will be delivered, the right operator for the right person at the right moment, the right medical doctor with all technology available to treat this patient and generate what? Generate value. So we use data like this. I am a manager. I am head of medical services and financial sustainability of UHG Brazil. So we created a depth of data, and each SKU that enters our company, we perform a management approach that reduces waste. In healthcare, waste is tremendous. And if we reduce waste, we will reduce indiscriminate use of drugs and medication. And actually, we launched a campaign and we called our co-workers from other companies to help us in this initiative to cut waste. Ask the right question with the right purpose and access to information. So we had the capacity to perform a clinical management based on supply chain data to reduce drug waste, cutting 5 days cost in 1 week worth of technology and information transfer. We could really save waste equal to 5 days. So we could really say that data is part of our daily life, of our daily world. We talk about data when we talk about clinical management, financial management. We're always matching data. And my last comment has to do with precision medicine. It was my project at MIT. I designed models, and precision medicine cannot be contradictory and contrary to the idea of population health. They're two interrelated ideas. Population health is an association. It is a definition, as we were mentioning before, in which a group of patients with certain markers, and there is an association of these markers with the disease. So you can anticipate a disease of this patient or a critical stage or the need of another treatment. This exists in medicine, in cardiology, in neurosciences. I mean, it's not a new thing. The new thing is to use this in a preventive manner, as is GymPass. GymPass uses these technologies so they can treat this patient, your athlete. I mean, your athletes are my patients tomorrow, that we can try and win the battle of prevention, because there is a problem in the business proposition when they are not interrelated. So we have all of this background and track record in data use. But in medicine, we're not organized in a way as we think about the beginning to the end, a human being's life cycle. Every human being must be taken care of. Since childhood, we have daycare centers, and till the end, the final moment, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, we're here to make all of us live longer. And of course, we need to use data with firm purposes, and that's it.
Great opportunity, Marcos. Actually, very much in line with the purpose. I think we're moving forward. I would love to have this reality in Brazil, or at least be alive to see precision medicine being practiced by all of us. I'd like to comment on the following, that our time just flew. This is almost the end. My final comment, which is, despite the fact that we don't really know for sure when we're actually going into this age of precision medicine driven by these intelligent technologies, well, I'm very optimistic. Optimistic because the people that we have here today in this panel are agents of this transformation, and you watching us can also be a transformational agent so that we can live longer and better, as Marco put it quite well. We're going to get to the last question and to close we have this eager audience for knowledge and to know in a very practical way what final message or takeaway message you would leave people attending this panel for those that want to start their data transformational journey. So transforming data into assets in their companies. How do we start? How do we demystify the use of data in a simple way? How can we transform data into a strategic asset? Briefly, survey carried out by MIT shows that companies that base their strategy on data can have revenues up by 5-6%. What would be the focus? Claudio, you first. Excellent question, because every time we talk about many opportunities, well, actually, it's been very inspiring to listen to Marco and also Carlos and you, Leo. I've had several ideas during our chat that simply led. And I'd say that first of all, we must have a purpose. It's very easy for you to be enticed, and I'm going to record all the data, and then I'll see what I do. Then I'm going to add this filter, this marker. Okay, start with the hypothesis. How can I generate more value to my business, to society, to my end consumer, to my partner? And from there, draw a strategy for you to attain that purpose. Second thing is infrastructure today is no longer a limiting factor. Sometimes people ask me, well, I'm a small company, I'm starting now, I'm a self-employed person, I'm starting now to demand a culture more data-driven. Doesn't matter whether it's cents or millions of dollars a month, you can have a state-of-the-art structure that is going to support all your strategy of data collection, storage, handling, treatment, and analysis of data. So Microsoft has several programs that are free to explore some products and several partners that also provide that. And lastly, I would also say that we have to reinvest in knowledge, whether we like it or not. This is quite recent science. Concepts are very sound, but the dissemination and the need for specialized professionals today is a critical thing. It's no use having good strategy, good infrastructure, if I don't have my team and my customers, my partners aligned with the right professionals to help us extract value from data. So I would say that purpose, infrastructure, and specialized professionals in data science that are actually quite scarce in the market. Let us train more, let us educate ourselves more, because there is great opportunity to have more professionals in this area. Excellent, Rogério. Up to you. Well, wonderful answer, Claudia. I'm going to use a couple of things that you mentioned and give you a different viewpoint. One of them is training data scientists. We're working very much on that. Microsoft is investing to train over 5 million Brazilians. This is an investment it's making in the country for free. See, look for that. It's available. Various courses and training courses for people that want to go into this area. Well, apologies for the marketing, but I think it's fundamental to show you there is a move towards changing it. I've seen several companies doing this. Food said that they're going to do that. As large companies, we must work to improve Brazil, to train Brazilians in provide education so that we can transform our country and raise our bar. Apart from that, Marty said something that is interesting. Infrastructure is indeed not a problem, even less for startups. So you have to be a startup. You have to set up a business. You have no money. Start in the cloud. Totally digital. Because the problem before, the great barrier was well, I have to spend money, I have to set up a data center, it's 24/7 operation, cannot fail, I have to have service. This no longer exists. As Claudia said, you find sometimes you can get credits, cloud usage up to a certain amount, value or amount to totally free. So business for startups is moving worldwide, also because of that. A great opportunity. The other thing that I'm going to say, I'm not going to disagree with the purpose. Purpose is something I strongly believe in. It's what moves us. I just will disagree with something. You don't need to have a purpose to use data. Why? Let me make a sort of funny analogy, the data lake. We talk a lot about that. It's like fishing. The purpose is fishing, but you don't know what you're going to fish from there. Maybe you can fish something different. So what do I think is interesting today? If you have data, and this actually, what you said a bit earlier, you started recording everybody, and then all of a sudden you start making analysis and get insights of things that you hadn't thought of. But let me fish from my data lake with something like that. And the most interesting thing for this is that with AI, we start being able to seek in this part of data relationships that sometimes in the probabilistic science we wouldn't be able to find in a mathematical model. I'm going to speak as an engineer. A mathematical model is that you have x, f(x), and the result. A function of x that you created to define what that is. If it is a log function, whatever it is. If it's, you're going to define what your result is based on your function. And so what we're doing with AI and data intelligence is that I have a whole bunch of information, a lot of results, but I don't have the function that correlates flow. What is this function? This is AI that is going to discover, and then you're going to train your model and say, well, this model gives me 98, 99% accuracy in the results. I separate this data and I train. And then I take the other data and I check. Well, the data are confirming that I've trained. Yes. And it created a formula for me that I didn't have. And this formula may be set up sometimes with a purpose that it sometimes do not have. You don't even know. It's something to be found. So I believe that based on this, data is cheap for you to store. Cost of operating is also cheap. Protecting is important. But it's something that is also feasible. I think that based on all of this, you have to benefit from the opportunity or seize the opportunity of storing data and then have people to make various analysis. And this purpose may happen and may come up over time. Specific points we are renewing all the time. Dr. Marco Costa mentioned it quite well. Great part of it is avoiding waste, creating value from excellence, and medical quality. Sometimes you have ideas and parameters that we're going to create to make this analysis that you didn't have before. Because if you record it later, you may lose some background information that will lead you to having a better result. The purpose is fundamental, but I would say that you don't need to have the purpose as to how the data is going to be stored. You may use this for later discovery. This is just what I wanted to add to your answer. I thought it was great, just to give this different viewpoint. Marco, your final remarks? What do you think of all of this? How do we start? Obviously, I want your view of a great provider. Let's imagine not only great provider, let's think about smaller providers too. How do we lead to this transformational process?
Well, I just wanted to talk about a thing that you asked before in science and innovation. We are still working on that. I think it's the essential pillar of any of the companies present here. It's the discovery process, the questioning process, the fishing expedition, the search process, and much more in science. You still want to be part of the process. even though you can be a small company, we're a private company. And we did our scientific homework. We discovered in the middle of the pandemic, and we tried to focus and we never gave up. So we are important company in Rio de Janeiro, maybe one of the most important in the country and maybe in Latin America. We have a complex in a neighborhood here in Rio de Janeiro, but we can't ever forget science. Much more now because of what's going on. And with reference to what you mentioned, I think that everything starts with a human being. There is a technique called human-centered design or design thinking. And this is the information we have at MIT that shows that in design thinking and engineering, you know that this is neglected maybe nowadays, but everything starts with a human being and everything ends with a human being. Unfortunately, in healthcare, we have to take care of the human being, but GymCast wouldn't exist if the human being were not interacting with technology and data, and you're trying through data to discover insights, to add value, to deliver a product for a human being that wants to consume your product. So the purpose goes through the need to design and the insight of a human being. And if smaller companies today do not create a product and then create a purpose, you can't go that way. And of course, we need to look at data. This is also truthful in the context of larger companies. You have a data bank and you have great opportunities with your data. But a company has to find a purpose, a larger and overarching passion that can guide you. Everything till you get to that moment is trial and error. And if you don't have a purpose, you can't always be looking for information, and the only thing you will have going for you is luck. But you need a strategy, and you have to start and finish your process with the human being. We can't forget that through the insight provided by the sense of purpose and what you need to deliver, you have to use data accordingly. There is no capital issue, no infrastructure issue, or access issue. All of us have access to information, but we need to understand what's the purpose and which are the real insights human beings need to make a difference in the medical and social life of the human being. That's my last comment. Thank you. Great. Sharp on the clock. Thank you. Thank you very much. Claudio, Marco Aurelio, Rogério, Boris from Microsoft. Thank you very much for sharing with us your insight, your experience, a fantastic debate. Thank you very much. I congratulate everyone organizing at the FIS initiative for this great summit. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye.
FIS 21 today is ended. Tomorrow we're going to have Rogério Scarpelli, partner of Mindset Ventures, and several representatives of Miranda's and Luciano. Oh, crazy in our closing session. And this is the very promising last day. So we're going to have the traditional closing line, bringing a summary of today's best top points. Don't forget to trust our platform where healthcare is connected, and come and join us here backstage at the coffee area. Relax, listen to jazz every time you share a post, your stories, and Instagram. Use our hashtags KIS21, hashtag FISExperience, and FISX. See you all tomorrow, right, Pri? See you tomorrow. Let's go to Instagram. Sure.
Colmeia Inova Summit já nasceu como o maior evento de inovação da saúde da América Latina. Serão 4 dias de evento em uma plataforma completamente digital e 3D. Um universo imersivo e repleto de interações, onde mais de 10.000 participantes de mais de 8 países estarão presentes. A abertura do evento contará com Luiz Helena Trajano e o encerramento com Luciano Huck. Marcas como Omelete, Gympass, Microsoft, Amazon, AstraZeneca, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, Redditor e muito mais. Do evento que mudará para sempre a história da saúde na América Latina. Colmeia Inova Summit, o KIS 21.